Time for us to go to that place. Silent Hill-O-Ween. Yeah, so we're fucking doing Silent Hill.
Hell yeah, it's fucking Halloween.
It's the spook of month.
Yeah. Spooktober.
Silent Hill. One of the founding fathers of survival horror. Definitely.
No. I wouldn't say founding fathers. I'd say on the Mount Rushmore.
Fair enough. That's fair. That's fair enough. Well, it's like Resident Evil and Silent Hill fucked and everybody copied them.
No. Silent Hill's not even like one of the first survival horror games.
You're not wrong.
I know.
I'll give it to you.
I know.
Anyway, Silent Hill is a storied franchise regardless.
Used to be.
Yeah. Was a storied franchise. But for a long time we wanted to find an excuse to go back and explore the original
4.
Yeah. The original Team Silent games before they handed off the franchise to dirty fucking gaijin.
Right. Dirty pig westerners.
And with a beautiful spooky Halloween and the scariest year on memory.
Right.
We decided it's time for us to go to that place. So we're gonna cover, like we said, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
The Room.
The Room, all in one video. With the greatest attempt to go in depth on stuff as we can and just kind of keep it casual and spooky.
We do spooky.
We do it good. So welcome to Silent Hill-O-Ween. So the first time we went to that place, Silent Hill, was on the PS1.
Was it?
It was.
All right.
In Silent Hill, no number, no subtitle.
Right.
Keeping it simple.
Well, of course. You don't know if you're going to get a sequel or not.
And what a fucking based game it was.
Except for the flying enemies.
Except for the flying enemies. I love the, first of all, the intro, the cutscene. Like, where it's got the song playing, the kind of creepy song, and it cuts to the different characters that you don't really know who they are yet.
Right.
But what I like is that it shows the car crash. That is like the setup for why protagonist Harry has to go find his 8-year-old daughter Cheryl. Is like in that intro. So like when you actually start the game, it doesn't like show that. You're just like in the game. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like the plot setup is kind of in the like the fucking, what is it called? The track mode or whatever. Yeah.
Right. And it's like really like an excuse to make the player watch it.
Yes, I gotta scoot up a little bit for my to be heard as well as possible. But yeah. And even like even if you don't watch it, there's something based about just like, oh fuck,
Just getting dropped
like, I'm just in a car crash. What the fuck?
Right.
So, immediately the fucking vibes. There's nothing like this when this came out.
No.
Even compared to the other games in the quadrilogy. That's what I'm calling it now. The quadrilogy.
Yeah.
This one's got its own vibe. They all kind of have their own vibe, but this one, partially due to like the low res and like the way the fog works, and like the cinematography of certain shit. Like right at the intro part when you're like walking down the alleyway and you like go through the fence, and then it's like a high angle down.
Yeah.
It was like Resident Evil was doing cool camera shots, but it was like hand painted backgrounds.
Right.
Where Silent Hill was like, bitch, look at this shit. Fucking sweeping down and fucking full 3D modeling. and based. Fucking based.
Yeah.
And,
definitely took advantage of being on the PS1.
yeah. And there's something... It was an ill-timed drink. There was something, there's something to me that, about the PS1's graphical capabilities, has the horror games on the system have a certain kind of vibe a lot of the time, especially if they're done well. Just because they're so low res, your imagination has to fill in more of the gaps.
Right.
So, like, sometimes...
And nothing scares you more than you.
Yeah, literally. So, it's like, that combination of just the entire game's aesthetic works extremely well. Like, they had that shit down to a T. Like, if there's one thing that I think this game does better than almost any other game I've played or any of the other ones in the series, it's that like just the aesthetic and the style combined with this. The entire like mood is unique to anything else I've played before.
Right. That, and I kind of like that this game is less about Harry Mason as a character and more about like just the story itself.
Yeah, so
like Harry's like not really connected to the story other than like it's just unfolding around him.
Yeah, so for the if you haven't played these games, I recommend we recommend that you go play them before you watch this, right?
Definitely.
But if you're not going to, we'll explain
honestly,
a little.
if you're going to play them, though, play them in, like, 1, 3, and then, like, 2, then 4, if you're going to...
Yeah.
Because I'd play 1 and 3 because they're connected.
Either or. That works.
But if you're only going to play one game, I'd recommend, like, 1 or 2.
Like, normally I would... For most series, I would disagree. But just considering the fact that 2 and 3 are mostly pretty similar, like 3 doesn't feel like a big improvement on 2 in terms of any mechanics. It's just mostly similar.
Right.
And 4 is like its own thing anyway. It's like 1 and 4 kind of stick out, and 2 and 3 are similar. So really, you can kind of jump around a little bit. But
how do you feel?
Yeah, that works. That wouldn't be. I would recommend just playing them in order. But either or, I think, is better than like not playing them. You should play them. They're fucking Silent Hill.
Hell yeah.
Fog me a little bit.
Okay.
We're in Silent Hill. It's got a... Oh, it's so fucking spooky here. It's so fucking spooky! With the monsters. So...
Rip that vape.
There's something else this game does is there's scant few actual characters.
Right.
The ones that do are...
Makes you feel very, like, isolated and...
Yeah, the ones that are around, they stick around usually a little bit, and they kind of appear here and there. But the first one is Police Officer Sybil.
Yes. I like Sybil.
Yeah. Very, like... Well, what's nice about it, what works for me is that, like... Sybil, like, help, like, immediately is like, alright, let me hook you up. She came from another town, so she's not even from Silent Hill. So, like, you kind of...
Is she from Shepherd's Glen?
I'm not positive. I think
okay.
so. But she just says she came from the next town over to investigate. So, one, she's not, like, lying to you, right? About, like, not knowing what's going on.
Right.
Whereas, like, there's other characters later on, which, in hindsight, they were lying to you. But even, on the jump here right at the beginning, it's like, okay, so she's probably, honestly, like, here to help people or do something to help. And then she gives you a gun. And then it's just weird for a survival horror game right at the beginning to have, like, a nice character. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
So you feel like it spooks you with the intro scene with the fucking camera angles and the dogs and shit. And then you meet Sybil, and then you're kind of on your own again, but you had like a little taste of like human interaction, so you're like, damn, like
My daughter.
I'm not all alone out here, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we got to find our dear old daughter, Cheryl Mason. Now you never see Cheryl, right? Like
not until close to the end, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure.
Sorry, I'm like trying to get to like the character list.
The character list. I remember most of the ones in 1. I think it's like 3 and 4. I might start forgetting.
Right.
But you have like this entire, and then what it does, what the other thing Silent Hill does, as soon as you're like out and about, it kind of tricks you into thinking that it's kind of like open world, right? In a sense,
right?
Like you have the whole like the district you're in is pretty big relatively, and although you really can't go that many places, it feels overwhelming and like intimidating. That it's like such a big town, like such a big area, presumably, and there's nothing, there's nobody to interact with that you could find and all that shit.
Right.
So, and I figure we might as well kind of just like let's talk about the combat now. I think
it's fucking shit.
But in retrospect, compared to some of the other ones, it's really like one might have like the best combat though.
Right.
Here's say what you're gonna say.
Like, granted, it's on the fucking PS1, so like
it is whatever. On the PS1, but you have like the dodge, the dip, the fucking strafe or whatever, right?
Right.
Which is not very useful, but it can come in handy.
Right.
And you have the same sort of setup that most survival horror games have. You have a couple like a melee weapon or a few, and then as you get guns, they have like pretty limited ammo. So you're intended to like ration them out. The problem is.
The fucking board was broken.
Yes, the board was fucking broken. Also, the problem is, in every Silent Hill game, this is true. There's basically no reason to kill stuff. You might as well just run away.
Also, aren't you, like, penalized for killing stuff?
No, you're penalized for, like, fucking up, like, if you miss. Like, you get ranked on your accuracy and shit.
I meant, like, oh, no, it's in 3 that you get penalized for killing a bunch of shit, right?
Only on New Game Plus. But you also get a different ending that you can't get on the original New Game.
Right.
So you kind of have to go. It's not. It's punished, but you have to like try to get the ending anyway.
Right.
So it's more like they're making you grind for it.
Right.
Sick.
Fucking excellent.
But so yeah, it's very rudimentary combat, and it works well enough. The main problem is honestly the enemy variety is incredibly lacking. And this is a recurring issue, but it's the worst in 1 and 2, I think. And in 1 you have like the dogs, which are
horrible.
And then you have the flying enemies, which are like fucking abysmal.
Pterodactyls?
The fucking
Yeah, they're like pterodactyls, right?
Yeah. And for those who haven't played, in like every Silent Hill game, you have this little fucking buzzer or radio that buzzes when there's enemies nearby, so that's kind of your cue as to when like shit's creeping up on you. So that's how you have to like detect them, and the different enemies have different buzzes and shit. So you just like you step out into like a new zone or in a building or something, you just hear like fucking 4 buzzes of dogs, and you're fucking go.
Right.
But yeah, even later on, you got like nurses and the little babies. You got the baby like ghostesses, and then you have like the kids.
Right.
They have the little weapons or whatever, and they got like a whole face.
Yeah. Those things were creepy.
Yeah. The enemy design are good.
Yeah. The enemy designs are really good in that game.
I like the boss designs too, which I was gonna get into when we kind of get more into it or whatever. But I'm trying to think if I'm missing any. That's pretty much it.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. There's really not a lot of I said.
More or less it.
It's a first time. It's your first time. 8 to 10 hour game roughly, right?
Right.
So it's not a lot of enemy variety.
One of my favorite things about Silent Hill 1 is like all the streets are named after different horror authors. It's like cool as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a fun shout out.
Yeah. Doesn't Stephen King get 2?
Yeah, because there's a Bachman Road.
Yeah, there's Bachman Road and like King Street, right?
Yeah. That there is. So I guess we can talk like broadly just about some of the levels. So there's like the first real area is the school, which I think, I don't know. Oh my god, the lighting is just like gonna fuck up. I think. But what can you do? Whatever. You have the school, which I think like might be my favorite one.
Really?
Yeah, I think. I like the school, and the hospital's alright too.
Yeah, I like the hospital a lot.
But the school's got like, as soon as you get in there, you got the little fucking spook 'em children with the O face.
Right.
And you got the fucking So Silent Hill puzzles, right?
Fuck these stupid.
We gotta talk
about. The first one is the piano, right?
The first one's like you got to get the goop to pour the acid on the fake.
Oh, right,
and get
right.
the coin. Yeah, so.
And then like the first game has the piano puzzle, right?
Yeah, like it's in the school too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right at the beginning. So, there's like a few kinds of puzzles broadly in each of the games. I guess we might as well just kind of introduce them as they're in one. But you have like fucking, like I said, you got like a clay hand, and you gotta get some hot acid and combine it with this other chemical to like melt the fucking.
Ah, well.
He's gonna have the magic touch.
I guess.
He's gonna have the magic touch, Eric.
Oh, well. Anyway.
So you have that kind of puzzle where it's like get a bunch of items and just use them together.
Yeah.
And then there's also like creative puzzles, okay? Where you have to fucking like
Compose a symphony.
compose a symphony, fucking read a poem, parse out how the poem relates to fucking the keys on a piano, then fucking play the piano keys. And these shits kind of just get worse. Like they get more and more egregiously complicated.
Right.
And here's what they do: is this one just has a difficulty button, right?
Yes.
Where I think the puzzles get a little bit harder, but the later games have combat difficulty and puzzle difficulty. Okay.
Yeah.
And because they added a mode for both, they said, "Fuck it, easy's for babies." The poem is like just tells you the answer.
Right.
And then hard. Just wait till
hard. You have to like have a degree in like Shakespeare just to fucking understand what the fuck you're supposed to do.
Heather knows all about Shakespeare now.
Right.
This is Heather, Unity H producer, by the way.
Yeah, the H stands for Heather.
Yeah, Unity Heather producer. Yeah. But anyway, I'm sorry for not introducing you. Okay. I just forgot. You'll come into play shortly enough. Cheryl. Anyway. Yeah, so these are your like main types of puzzles, right? Pretty much throughout all the games. But in one, this is how they are, and probably I don't think we'll bring up the really egregious ones, I think. But for the most part, like
Resident Evil kind of does a similar thing, though.
Resident Evil's pretty much like just fucking keys.
Right, but you gotta like find the item to unlock the key, and
yeah, but there's not like the creative puzzles.
Right, you don't have to like
it's like it has the first type but not the second type.
Right, you don't have to like translate the art of war and shit.
Yeah. So you have the school. In the school, there's the boss. He's got like he's like the lizard guy with the fucking his maw opens. And you're supposed to like shoot him with a shotgun. He dies pretty quick. Nothing interesting, but
all of the bosses in this game like die pretty easily. I feel like,
except that fucking last one.
Oh yeah, Baphomet.
Yeah, we'll talk about Baphomet when we get there. But I think next is the hospital, right? Like
yes, I think so.
And the hospital kind of. Right. Also, we had the problem when I was playing, and maybe I'm just like bad or whatever. But like 2 maps I missed, like 2 areas I missed the map, like early on.
Right.
So it was like I was like halfway through the fucking dungeon, trying to like memorize it, thinking that like there's no map or they took away my map or I'm not supposed to have a map, and it's just they're placed strangely to me, so I can like see them or whatever. But my fucking bad, I guess. And
you fucking idiot.
And then
that's why you lost your kid, idiot.
Cheryl?
You need a map to find your kid.
Have you seen Cheryl?
I haven't seen Cheryl.
She's 8 years old, brown hair.
About this tall?
About this tall. Please, I'm trying to find my daughter, Cheryl.
Yeah, haven't seen her.
No good.
That's no good.
Can't do it.
No, every person he meets, right? And I understand, right? But like, weird old lady. Have you seen my daughter, Cheryl? She's 8 years old, dark hair, about this tall. Like, dude, it's a pretty big town. Like, there's not a whole lot of people.
It's a pretty big town, except like half of the roads are blown out. So
right. What the hell happened in Silent Hill? The
fuck?
Civil War?
What the fuck is going on?
So Silent Hill's in Maine, right?
I think it depends on the game. Some games it's not anywhere, you know what I mean? And then later on they kind of...
Right.
Depends on how you want to look at it.
Right.
I think that's the intention, yeah. Is like...
Maine?
Upper northeast. That
Makes
fucking
sense.
that Stephen King influence.
Yeah, and Harry Mason's a fucking writer, isn't he? God damn it.
He just is. What can I say?
It's just fucking Alan Wake.
Yes. Yes.
You're sure this shit's non-toxic, right?
It says non-toxic. I mean, unless it's
Yeah, well, they said
unless it's
that
a poor
they-
translation.
They said that shit about asbestos, too.
We might have to close the window so we can keep it in here.
No!
And also in the hospital, I think it's the first time we meet.
Dr. Kaufman?
No.
The nurse?
What's her name? I got a character list. What's her name?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Lisa Garland?
Lisa
No.
Garland.
Is that...
Lisa Garland is one of my more favorite characters in the game.
Is she?
Here's what I think we should do. Here's how I think we should go. I think we should, like, as the characters are introduced, just like full spoil, talk about them, their whole story. Kinda,
Yep, Lisa Garland.
just to get them out of the way. So let's talk about Sybil a little bit
Oh, okay.
while we're here, and then we'll just talk about her whole character, and then we can kind of be done with her or whatever. So Sybil, she's not really around very much. I mean, none of the characters are around that much, but she shows up again towards the end, and you have a boss fight with her, and your gameplay decisions determine whether or not she survives the end of the game. But it really doesn't have an effect on the future games in the series. But as she continues to be, like, you know, the same type of, when you see her again on the boat, you know, Harry really lets loose. He's like, oh man, I might fucking wear, oh Cheryl, where's she at? She's got brown hair. Sybil's like,
She's 8 years old!
Sybil's like, settle down, buddy.
That's chill, dog.
Hey, let's chill.
Yeah, but Sybil's hot.
She's hot, but she's a cop.
So's Officer Jenny, so...
Fair enough. Hot cops. Wrong button. So, Sybil, unfortunately, despite the fact that she's like the first character, she's like Harry. She's like an outsider. So
Yeah.
She really actually isn't too involved with what
Right.
like the goings on, or she doesn't really have to. Like a lot of it, it's a running theme in Silent Hill, especially in like 1 and 2. That all the characters you encounter are like incredibly tortured for the most part, and like they sort of have an arc that deals with that a lot of the time. So, or they're involved in the goings on at least. Where Sybil's more of an outsider like you are, so then yeah, that doesn't really happen. Although I do like that you can save her or not save her. Although, like I said, it's unfortunate that it doesn't have any kind of real effect on the later
3.
games. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really disappointing. I wish... But, I mean, I don't think there was the...
They would have to choose, right?
Yeah, you would have to, like, at the beginning of the 3rd game, you'd have to go, did you save Sybil in...
Or they
the
just
first
like assume that she lived or assume that she died.
Right.
But instead they just don't really say anything about it.
Right.
So you can maybe that leads you to assume that she just died. But more
Right.
it feels more to me like they just didn't want to mess with it. So they didn't. Which is unfortunate because I like the character. But, you know, what can you do? I understand. That's the consequence of having multiple endings and shit, right? So,
Right.
So, I think Harry we kind of talked about. But I think we can save Harry for like last, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
Towards the end. Save the protagonist kind of for last. That'll be a good way to do like the series overall, I think, just because of how it works. So.
Wake up. Snap out of it.
Lisa. I like Lisa a lot. Lisa might be like my favorite character.
For this game?
Yeah, yeah.
No. I still like Sybil the most.
That's fair. I think Lisa's was the most like intriguing. Going on,
because
right? Like
she's like the only person who's not like fucked up in this hospital.
yeah, and she's like just like it seems like she knows stuff, but then you know, she doesn't tell. But like, does she really? Or you just you know?
And it's like you find out like the reason she's not like all fucked up and everything is because she was Alessa's caretaker after Alessa got all crispy. So, like, Alessa kind of, like, left her alone a little bit.
Yeah.
So but she's still, like, dead. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's still dead. She's just not, like, turned into a monster.
Yeah, she's not like. Well, I think the idea with her, and we take it for granted because nurses are common enemies in Silent Hill.
Right.
I think the idea was that there's all these like monster nurses, and then there's a not monster nurse. So like, what's up?
Right.
You know what I mean? Whereas, you know, now with the broader context of the entire series, it's like, well, there's going to be nurse enemies because like there always are, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? Or a lot of the time there are, or whatever. So
There's no nurses in 4.
no, there's just those one things.
We'll get there.
Yeah. But so one of the like the most like memorable scenes in the entire game to me is the scene towards the end with Lisa, where like blood starts running out of the walls and like running all over her face. It's like the scene where like it reveals
She realizes she's dead.
Yeah, and then like she tries to like embrace Harry, and he's just like,
fucking get off me.
he's like, where's Cheryl? And he runs out and shuts the door, and then you just like hear like banging and like, Harry, please.
Yeah.
It's like a really like tortured soul, kind of sad
she, like,
sort of.
She shows up towards like the end at like the ending.
The very end, yeah.
With Dr. Kaufman, and she like fucking kills him, right?
Yeah, it seems like. I mean, she like holds him there, and it's like gonna explode or whatever. So.
Right.
Which leads us into Dr. Kaufman.
Dr. Kaufman is an interesting character because like he knows like shit. He knows what kind of shit's going on or whatever.
And Dr. Kaufman is kind of like the opposite of Sybil, whereas as soon as he's introduced, he's like, I don't know anything about what's going on. I really just don't have any idea. I don't know.
I really don't know what's going on.
This town is very spooky, Harry. Very spooky. I don't know what's happening.
It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
I'm just a doctor, Harry. I don't.
Don't check my gas tank.
Yes, don't look inside the gas tank of my goddamn fucking motorcycle asshole. But
listen here, buddy.
So we do. When we get the opportunity, we run around.
This meth.
We run around scrounging strange keys. Well, earlier on. So this is. I'll explain how the endings work once we get there. But there's basically 4 endings, and one of the things you can do that affects the ending, you have to
find the
goop.
Is
in the hospital.
Yeah,
or is it in the school? It's
in the school.
Okay, it's one of the it's towards the beginning, and you gotta get an empty bottle and scoop the red goop up, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck this is.
Right.
But I got the goop.
Yeah, and then you have to search his motorcycle.
Yeah, so then later on, the other thing that you need to do to affect it also involves goop. You have to run around getting keys in the apartment complex where he lives.
Right.
Or is it like a hotel? Like he's staying in a hotel? I don't remember.
Something like that.
And then, you, like in his garage, you open up his gas tank and there's in a little baggie some more red goop. And he comes in, he's like, oh, what the fuck? Get out of my gas tank!
It's like, what is that shit called? Like amygdalin or some shit?
It's like Aglaoptis or some shit.
Oh, the Agoptilus.
Yeah.
She's only 7.
Isn't that what, like, the Illuminati gets out of, like, baby skulls?
That's adrenochrome.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But with all those monsters,
So,
I highly doubt that.
So, if you weren't suspicious before, you're suspicious immediately after that, because he's like, get the fuck out of here, Harry!
Well, one thing that they do mention is, like, oh, Silent Hill's got a drug problem.
Yeah.
So, like, you're like, is the goop the drug? Like, what?
Just me and my daughter.
So you're like, okay, Dr. Kaufman's out here selling dope, I guess.
And it's about this point in the game, when you get to the residential area, or whatever, it kind of kicked...
I remember the fucking funniest thing was, like, we were trying to run around and figure out where the hell to go, and we're just getting chased by dogs and pterodactyls.
Yeah.
Fucking getting lost.
Yeah, just constant buzzing. Yeah, it's a trip. But there's something about... I mean, every Silent Hill game has this to an extent, but, like, the like, surreal atmosphere of it.
Yeah.
Like, I mentioned the aesthetics, but just, like, the way the characters, like, communicate and shit. Depending on game to game, it's stylistically different. But there's also always something just, like, a little bit, like, weird about it. So then, like, in this game especially, I think it has the most, like, minimalist plot.
Yeah, very much so.
Like, the pieces are all there, but it's not spoon feeding you or like repeating shit all the time for you. It'll give you everything, but like you kind of have to like keep it all together in your head, or you might like get to the end and be like, what the fuck?
Right.
So, and you still will probably be like that a little bit, but this is the kind of scene that's like, it's not gonna be like, Kaufman is suspicious, I better investigate. It's like,
right.
They take care to know
it's
that's
not like a mystery game, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like you're taking notes.
Yeah, well, it's like there's mysteries to be solved, but like the game lets you pursue them yourself.
Right.
More than it is like about them.
Right.
So like if you're in like that's why like the hidden or like the best endings are hidden behind. You have to do this extra investigative sort of stuff because it's like the game is rewarding you for like being inquisitive and like pursuing the threads that it's like laying out for you or whatever, which I can dig. I'm into.
Of course.
Yeah. It's a good like it's good. It's optional technically, so it's allows you to do it how you want to do it, but also it just rewards playing the game to its fullest in terms of searching all over and that kind of shit. So it fucks. I'm into it. But yeah, Kaufman. Pretty much after that, the last time we see him like in a flashback with Alessa.
Oh, right.
And he's like standing over the bed with some of these other characters or whatever.
She's all crispy. They're like, how the fuck is she still alive? She's all burned up.
This is strange.
I'm like, I don't understand. This child should be dead.
This is abnormal.
Right.
So... But then the last time we see him is at the very end, where if you did the
Gloptopus,
the Glottopus or whatever the fuck, he shows up and he fucking chucks it right at Alessa, as we'll get to when we explain that. We'll probably have to explain the scene in full for it to make any sense. But he's there, and then what's her name? Lisa kills him.
Yeah.
At the end, he gets his
him in a full Nelson. He like explodes.
Yeah, he gets his just desserts. Full Nelson and to explosion is one of the best true combos.
Right.
So yes, interesting character. As to the intrigue, I like that. The characters before had been like Sybil and Lisa are both like nice to you or whatever, right?
Right.
So it's nice that this character's like he's not mean, but there's obviously something off about him, and he is basically one of the game's villains. In terms of the plot happening, not actually in the events.
Right.
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting. And then do we meet? Yeah,
Dahlia Gillespie.
Yeah, I didn't remember if we met
in the church.
Yeah, I didn't remember if we met her before or after Kaufman. It doesn't matter. It's right around the same time. So Dahlia's the real like villain.
Yeah.
She comes off like a
creepy old lady.
Yeah, immediately a creepy old lady, but you don't know if it's just like
because she's a creepy old lady or because she's like evil.
Yeah.
Which most creepy old ladies are evil.
Especially in Silent Hill.
Yeah. I think every old lady in Silent Hill has been evil.
So
yeah, she's Alessa's mom, right?
She's Alessa's mom.
Whose whole plan is like, I'm gonna use Alessa to resurrect God.
She is an active member or like prominent figure in a cult that is one of the responsible for much of the
cult of Scientology.
Yeah, in the cult of Scientology. Well, so tell me this, based on one, but I guess with everything in context, the cult formed in Silent Hill because there's something wrong with it, right?
No. Silent Hill is like, it's like a magical. Well, okay, so like pilgrims, like settled down there, and then like started doing like their evil witch magic shit, and then like that's why it's all fucked up.
Okay.
Also, I think it's on an Indian burial ground.
Of course it is. Because why the fuck not?
Right.
So, Dahlia is she like the leader of what is left of that at this point?
Yeah, I think so, more or less. All like 4 people.
Yeah, so she's trying to create or birth or resurrect a god, the exact details of which are unclear until, sort of
the end,
the
right?
very end. But her means by which to do that is her daughter Alessa,
right?
Who is pretty much the last character in the game.
Does Dahlia light her on fire?
I believe so. Yes. Like in terms of to shock her into
birthing God.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, she's like trying to trigger some sort of like reaction or something, right?
Right.
Because Alessa's like an incredibly powerful like psychic or something of that nature, right?
Right.
There's something like she's like a source in like terms of like Witcher terms, right?
Right.
That's just like my favorite word to use for that and everything because it's like it's just applicable. But that's basically what she is. There's something like magically or psychically, however you want to define it, like strong in her. So of course Dahlia, being the fantastic mother that she is, decides
I'm gonna light her ass on fire.
yeah, we're gonna use her to birth God. So we only know about the actions pretty much out of context, but there's this one scene which is also one of the other most memorable scenes. It's like an Alessa flashback where they're like on their little, like on the upstairs of their little house or whatever, and it's like wood and there's like blue doors or whatever, and then like Alessa's on the ground and like Dahlia's like trying to drag her by the arm to go do something.
Yeah.
And it's just like the sad patheticness of it all. Like, you know, like Alessa's like not gonna win this one, but like
No.
just the childish, like, I don't want to like have to do this fucked up shit.
Right.
And just like it's fucked up.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
Incredibly. So speaking of Alessa,
You mean Cheryl?
Cheryl.
You mean Heather?
Bro. Spoilers, bro.
Whatever.
This video has spoilers for every game. Fuck you. So, Alessa slash Cheryl, they're one and the same. Cheryl was
So Cheryl is like the manifestation of like part of Alessa's mind that like escaped and like created a physical manifestation, right?
well, I thought she was like split, like Dahlia split her, and then Cheryl got away,
No, I thought like
and then they were lured back.
maybe.
Then Dahlia like, or however something lured them back, like lured Cheryl back, and by extension Harry.
Right.
And then like Dahlia or the monsters or whatever sort of took Cheryl in order to like when apparently
Well,
their
because-
combination
So
will now
this is
like lead to-
Alessa's other world, right?
yeah, that's what I was gonna say is that
So, like, all the
this is Cheryl's. I mean, this is for people who know too, like in a sense what we see in that game is James's Silent Hill, right?
Right.
But in this game it's Alessa's Silent Hill.
Right.
So, which once we get to 2, I'm actually going to get in how they did it in 2 is actually really fucking based compared to
Yes.
like leading off the expectations of this one. But it's like we up until like the ending, you're not really sure from where, like, what's the source of all this stuff, right?
Right.
Like, why? Like, is there an explanation? And if there is an explanation, then it's there is an explanation. It's Alessa.
Right.
All of the monsters and shit are like extensions of
Alessa's psyche.
Yeah. So it's actually kind of some of the theories I've read since we've played the game are interesting. Just like how like some of the bug bosses are kind of like cartoonish in a sense,
Right?
Because it's like her childlike interpretation of like the spookiness of these bugs or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The boss in the school is like a giant worm, right?
Yeah, it's like a lizard worm. It's like got legs or whatever. But yeah.
Right. Then I'm trying to remember the boss for like the apartments or like the resident. Is there one for that?
Hospital.
For the hospital, it's the worm guy, right?
That was in the school.
Oh, maybe it is the school. It's the worm guy. What's in the hospital? It's like, it's like a plant dude or something.
Oh yeah, there's a plant dude, and then there's like the centipede or whatever.
Yeah.
And then it turns into the moth or whatever, like that's big and fat and gray.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's like Sybil, and then the final boss.
Yeah, I like the Sybil fight a lot.
Yeah, I don't even think we brought the fucking Sybil fight up.
I don't think we have yet, no.
So
Sybil gets possessed
where's
by like the bug'em.
Yeah.
There's like weird bug'ems. They're like possessed, so they're like parasites, and they possess like the doctors and shit in the hospital. So like that's why they're that way. And then Sybil gets gets the parasite, right? And you're in like the amusement park, and like you fight her on the carousel. And so if you have the Aglopticus, I think we're butchering that name.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know what we're talking about.
You like throw it on her, and that like kills the parasite and saves Sybil.
Yeah. So that's another thing that determines the ending, right? So I'll explain the different endings, but the Sybil fight and then the gas tank thing are the two variables that determine which of 4 endings that you get.
Yeah, because you need the 2 different amounts of Aglopticus to one save Sybil and then for the other ending.
Yeah. So you have like throughout the game when you go to the other world, which is like the corrupted version of Silent Hill or whatever, it's all very like it looks like very industrial and like rusty and shit.
Yeah.
But also it looks kind of scorched to me.
Well, of course.
A little bit, yeah. So like,
because Alessa was all crispy.
So I feel like the entire other world is like tainted by like flames or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's irreparably like scorched no matter what.
Right.
Which is pretty based.
Yeah.
Although I will say, gameplay wise, the other world does get a little bit repetitive because it doesn't change very much.
Right.
So like almost every area has an other world, and it sometimes just feels a little bit too. I don't want to say padded, but kind of padded. Like, the only time I really, really dig it is like the very ending, like the last dungeon or whatever.
Right.
Where it's like
and
full
like
other world and like
whatever.
Yeah, like the shit just goes to random doors and it's like just full on. That's one. I think almost all of these games have pretty solid like last dungeons. I think.
Yeah.
But and I'm gonna call them dungeons. Sorry, I don't know if that bothers anybody, but I'm calling
cares?
them, yeah.
They are dungeons.
I mean, they basically are. That's what I call them and everything. So you could basically look at a lot of the supernatural shit in the game as like an examination of like Alessa's psyche and shit. It's like in a sense, like Harry is the protagonist pretty much, but Alessa's almost like the primary character in a way.
Yes.
Like it's her story kind of.
Right.
Harry's just like.
But she's too crispy to act.
Yeah, Harry's like a observer.
Right. Is it horrible of me to say that she's crispy?
I mean, she is. She is crispy. I'm sorry. I don't want her to be crispy, but I can't change the facts.
That she's crispy.
But Dahlia's just an evil monster, and Alessa's is the byproduct of it.
Right.
What's interesting to me also about Cheryl is that we never see Cheryl at all, like until pretty much almost the ending of the game, right? And even then, we never we only know of. We're playing as Harry, so you think there'd be more flashbacks and shit that show us like Cheryl, kind of like from his point of view in a sense.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't do that. That's one of the things I noticed playing it at first, and it just has made me think, and I'm not sure what the idea is. Like, I don't know. There's a couple like interesting observations you could take away. Like, is it written that way because like in order to like Cheryl's not real, so we don't see her until we know what she is, and then we actually see her.
Right.
You know, that's one way to look at it, or just, you know, maybe they wanted to keep it as light on story as possible, and, you know, they just like, all right, father loves his daughter, you know, you get it. But I really like that first interpretation just because it feels like, you know, it's like it gives more credibility to the, like, Alessa thing, right? We control Harry, and we play as him, but we're not really seeing through his eyes as much as we're, like, taking part in, like, Alessa's fucking fucked up happenings or whatever you want to describe it as, which is neat. It's fucking cool
hauntings.
As fuck. Yeah.
Let's talk about God / Baphomet.
Yeah. So, you do all this bullshit.
So, God or whatever being Baphomet is like another like connection to like Silent Hill being like witches and shit.
Yeah. It's only Baphomet in the good plus ending. If you do the two better things. If you don't do the Kaufman gas tank thing, then it's like a more like humanoid
Bat dude, right?
Cheryl.
Oh.
Yeah. It looks more like Alessa.
Gotcha.
It's Mike, whereas if when I guess the implication is when he throws the Aglopticus, it fucking like Baphomet is drawn out, right?
Right.
So I think that's why that one's like kind of the canon ending, just because then it leaves Cheryl / Alyssa / Heather sort of more human than, like, you know.
Right.
So, which makes sense to me. But yeah,
Yeah.
The final boss is fucking Baphomet. Took us like an hour. Took me like an hour to beat.
Really? Yeah, that sounds about right. But don't once you run out of like bullets, it just dies.
Yeah. So here's what we're filthy bastards. We played it on an emulator, right? So using.
Fuck off! Where the hell are you gonna find a fucking PS1 and a copy of Silent Hill?
Bro, you should get a PS3 and buy.
We are not gonna play the fucking HD collection. That
No.
collection's fucking.
That game's not in the collection.
What?
No, you can get the PS1 version on the PS3 store or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, Silent Hill 1 is not in the HD collection?
It's only 2 and 3.
Huh?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
I don't make the rules.
I know we don't make the rules. That's just fucking stupid.
The whole collection's fucking stupid.
I know.
Thank God they spared Silent Hill 1 a fucking...
Is 4's not on it either?
No.
Damn.
Yeah, they said fuck 4.
I guess.
So,
How do you call it the fucking HD collection when there's only 2 games?
it's the HD fucking selection.
I know.
It's the HD re-voice actification.
Right.
And,
fuck up the fogification.
and don't buy this gamification. So, we played...
Funny story about the HD collection. We were in high school. We're at GameStop. Like, Tyler's like, yeah, I think I'll pick up the HD collection. And I'm like, don't do that. He's like, well, why not? I'm like, because the games, they fucked those games up. He's like, oh, really? I'm like, yeah. And then I think it was like a few years later, you're like, yeah, so I was reading about the HD collection. Like, they really fucked those games up. I'm like, yeah, that's why I told you not to fucking buy it.
Well, what had me in disbelief, not disbelief, but just like what's surprising about it is that most of those PS2 to PS3 like collections like aren't bad.
Right.
They have issues. They have graphical issues and shit, but they're mostly like playable for the most part. But they really fucked up those. They really fucked them up. I don't know what they were doing.
I don't
That was
know.
extremely like lazy or incompetent. I don't know what the fucking word is. but-
Konami, so it's like both.
Yeah, and so, but after about 55 fucking minutes of why does it do that? After about 55 fucking minutes of this boss, I'm like, let me try the D-pad. Because the strat, right, is it like shoots lightning down, so you gotta like weave the lightning, you gotta like run a certain way to like weave out of the lightning.
Yeah.
And it says I was like, alright, I gotta look up what the fuck I'm supposed to do. They're like, run in a circle. Or like blast it down with your strongest weapon, which I just didn't have enough ammo to do, so I was gonna have to whittle it down. And I was like, alright. Fucking running in a circle, just not having... a couple times got lucky, but a couple times in 55 minutes is not good enough for me. And I was getting like fucking mad because I don't like the fucking randomness. I didn't know what was doing it. So I'm like, alright, let me try the fucking D-pad. First try. Literally first try on the D-pad. Got it. So something about the way he moves with the D-pad is how they want you to dodge this lightning. So eventually I ran out of bullets, and then after like 60 seconds after you run out of bullets, it just dies. Because you have no way to hit it. So
Right.
Otherwise, if you
like that.
If you do a certain...
That's convenient.
Yeah. I think 2 does the same thing, because that boss also...
It's floating.
Yeah. I think you can hit it with melee, but it's very like...
Hit and miss.
Yeah. Literally. So... You beat Baphomet, and the different endings basically are just like, Alyssa and Cheryl are dead, and but Sybil's alive or dead, and then Harry is able to take the newly recombined Cheryl and Alyssa as like a little baby child, and he gets to take it with him, and Sybil's alive or dead.
Right.
Basically.
So she either leaves with you or she's dead.
Yeah.
And then it plays like the original sequence, like again, but it's like changed. It's more like comedic.
Yeah.
It's almost like a comedy.
Yeah, there's like a blooper reel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which they had to like fully animate and shit.
Yeah, it's like goofy and I like it.
Yeah.
More games should do that.
So speaking of, there's also the UFO ending. which
Only New Game Plus, right?
only a New Game Plus. You have to take this stone to 5 certain areas, and then you get abducted by a fucking UFO.
Yeah.
And the aliens are like, eh. And
Don't they like torture him and shit?
I don't think they show that.
No.
But there's...
But he's like on good terms with him in Silent Hill 2, so he's like, yeah, come on, James, let's go.
So yeah, it would become a staple of the series for the most part to have like silly endings. Multiple endings for one, but also like silly joke endings that sometimes you can get on New Game Plus. And sometimes, you can get on the original or whatever, however you gotta do it. But
right.
Which I like. Each game kind of does it a little bit differently, which we'll get into as we go. And we'll talk about our opinions on each and every one. But also, lastly, I just realized we didn't talk about this. The music. So, Akira Yamaoka does the music. Probably most of what you're hearing in the background is Akira Yamaoka's music. But he does the music for all 4 games. I love all 4 soundtracks.
Yes.
They are probably some of my favorite soundtracks, like, for any game.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Like, despite having... I played, 2 or 3 hours of Silent Hill 1, 3 or 4 years ago, okay? But besides that, I have not played any of these games, at all. And we just played them for this video within the last few months, and I love all the soundtracks to death. But I think one might be my favorite.
Understandable.
It's fucking based. It's the most industrial and weird and noisy, and that's all shit that I like in general. But it works extremely well. It's the industrial noisiness works for Alessa's Otherworld extremely well.
Right.
But I'm sure we'll continue to fucking praise the music as we go. But I just don't want to forget it. So, Silent Hill 1 for the PS1. It's fucking Kino.
It is.
It's fucking Kino. Has the most minimalist plot. Some of the least fleshed out characters of the 4, but at the same time,
honestly, I don't want them fleshed out.
No, it lets your mind work. That's what Silent Hill 1 is willing to do a little bit more than any of the other games. There's one thing that it is willing, maybe because of hardware, maybe because creativity, maybe because of both. I think the thesis of Silent Hill 1 in comparison to the other games that we'll talk about in this video is it's willing to let your brain take the load. It entices you, your brain, The music's a little bit more minimalist. The graphics are obviously, more sparse. The story is more threadbare. To get the ending.
And Harry's a very kind of nothing character, so
yeah, he's
kind of imprint on him a little bit more.
Yeah, he's basically just I gotta find my daughter, which is
she's 8 years old. Her name's Cheryl, about this tall.
That's it. That also leads me to believe maybe if they would have added scenes about with Cheryl in them and she was annoying or something to some people, it would make you disconnect with Harry kind of.
Right.
Whereas if you don't have any image of how Cheryl is or whatever, then that way you can just imagine her how you want to be or...
Exactly.
Yeah. So, which is another aspect of that sort of idea of just let your brain do the work. So...
Right. And that's what the best horror does.
Yeah. Your mind can scare you better than anything else, and I think Silent Hill 1 understands it maybe a little bit better than the other games.
Right.
I don't know. Well, we can rank them or whatever at the end, but I think I really want to take care to praise each game for what it's good at, and that's what I think Silent Hill 1 does the best out of all of them. It's based. Go play it. But after we left Silent Hill, and we sold 1 Gorillion copies, or whatever.
100.
3 or 2 or something.
Yeah.
They're all right, we need to go back. We need to go back to Silent Hill 2.
Back to Silent Hill.
Back to Silent Hill. So they did in Silent Hill 2 on the PS2, which we'll be talking about next. Time for us to head back.
Hey, Tyler.
Yeah.
Have you seen my wife, Mary? She sent me this letter. I'm supposed to meet her here in Silent Hill.
No, I haven't seen anyone.
It's weird. She died 3 years ago, and I received a letter saying that she's here.
Whoa.
I know.
That's crazy.
Wow. Mary?
Mary?
Have you seen my wife, Mary?
Have you seen my daughter, Cheryl? She's about 8 years old. Silent Hill 2.
My personal favorite Silent Hill game.
I think it's mine too, but it's probably the most beloved of.
For good reasons.
Yes, it's understandable. I'm not saying it's strange.
Silent Hill 2 takes like the premise of Silent Hill 1 and like turns it up to 11, like the psychological horror aspects of it.
So let's spoiler alert. Please, to God, if somehow you have gotten to this point in this video and have not played Silent Hill 2, go play Silent Hill 2. If you're only going to play one of them, play it.
Literally.
Because in order to talk about this game properly, I just want to spoil it right off the fucking bat. This is
James killed his wife.
And this is his Silent Hill that we're playing through
Yes.
now.
This is like him, like, coming to terms with the fact that, like, he murdered his wife. He physician-assisted suicided his wife.
Yes. And
Like, she was, like, begging to die, right?
Okay, so this one, I have a rough idea of how we should probably talk about it, I think.
Okay.
I think it's mostly going to be about the characters.
Okay.
So let's, like... I want to...
We'll touch on James later.
Let's just do the gameplay, the general gameplay and how it's different, and, like, kind of the areas and how Silent Hill's different. That kind of basic stuff.
The stick is, like, busted. Again! Why is the best weapon in Silent Hill always a stick?
And then basically a lot of what we said about 1 is true in terms of like the combat and the puzzles. We'll touch on where it changes. And then I think it's mostly just going to be like, let's talk about each character in depth. But I think we should save James and Mary for like the end.
Right.
That should be the end.
Right.
But it's important to note when playing, or like in retrospect, like when analyzing it. Like, it is James's Silent Hill, right?
Right.
And what's creative about that is when you start... It's a given now, because everyone knows it. Which sucks that it's so popular, because it's actually incredibly creative that they took the premise of 1, going through, like, somebody's nightmare world, and then somebody else's nightmare world, a third-person character. And they seemingly, in 2, set it up the same. Like, you're looking for somebody in Silent Hill. It's weird.
Right.
You know, what the fuck's happening type beat. But in this time, it's your Silent Hill. You just don't know it yet.
Right.
Incredibly based. But, so, first of all, let's do the music first, because fuck it.
It's fucking aesthetic as fuck.
What this game does differently with regard... I mean, it still has the spooky music, but it also has some, like, incredibly, like, beautiful...
Yeah.
But
like it's like eerie.
Yeah, like eerily
creepy, but still like oddly beautiful. It's like an abandoned statue. Like you can tell like the beauty of the statue, but it's still uncanny and creepy.
Yep, that's a good way to put it. I like that. But yeah, it's It's just fucking It's perfect for the game. It's
like literally, I will put the OST on and like just do stuff. Like it's my favorite like soundtrack if I'm like reading Lovecraft and shit. I'll listen to that, especially the vaporwave version of it.
Silent Hill wave.
Literally,
Sunderland wave. James wave. But yeah, so just incredibly based. I don't have a ton of stuff to say on it besides that. Except that it's gorgeous. It's more often melodic than the original, but also like...
And see, that's what I prefer. That's why I prefer it over Silent Hill 1. Because I don't like the kind of industrial version of it. I think that I also prefer the other world in this game because it's more organic.
Yes.
And less like industrial and kind of burned. It's more like wet.
The important thing to note is that the music of each game like fits it. Kind of
like to a T.
Yeah. It's fucking impeccable. I don't know how much, like, if Yamaoka had an almost finished game to look at when he was making the music, or if he was like...
He might just be a savant, I don't know.
Yeah, if they just gave him, like, roughly, like, the idea of the theme and stuff, and he just is fucking a genius. I mean, he's a genius probably regardless, but it's based as fuck. So just wanted to get that out of the way, just so I almost forgot it in the first game, so I just want to mention it off the cuff right now. So how is the gameplay different? It's mostly not.
Combat's a little worse.
Yeah, the combat does feel worse to me.
Well, it kind of makes sense though, because like James is like a shitty store clerk, so like he really shouldn't be used to beating people to death with a stick.
Oh, neither should Harry, right?
Right.
I think the enemy variety is even worse. The enemy designs are better.
Yeah.
The individual design of each enemy is, although they
like the nurses show up where they don't belong.
Like the designs of them are like,
and like the mannequins, where it's like the two legs.
Yeah.
Those show up like a lot.
Yeah. So there's not enough variety.
At least there's no flying enemies.
Yeah. I don't think there's enough variety, but what is there is like incredibly interesting. It's more interesting to like analyze the monsters than it is in the first game, and they're more disgusting and gross and weird. But I wish there was more of them.
But they all have like a purpose for the way they look.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm like.
Like definitely like. Okay, so one thing I kind of forgot to mention in Silent Hill 1, I just kind of thought of. All the monsters look like they're burned.
Yeah.
They all kind of look like they're like
skinless and scorched and shit.
Yeah. And then in this, like they're all
like decayed.
Yeah, they're gross,
wet.
bloated,
Yeah,
like wet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like wet. It's gross. And also but weirdly sexual.
Yes, that's. I feel like the James portion of this video is going to be like half the length, but yes, incredibly sexual.
Well, it kind of but it really should be because he's the main character.
Yeah, no,
the main focus.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just.
Yeah. No, I think James is honestly probably one of my favorite survival horror characters ever.
Yeah.
Honestly.
He might be
because he's like.
Well, wait, we can't. We gotta save it.
Sorry.
We gotta save it. just save the thought. We'll get to it. But yeah, the gameplay's mostly the same. I did think the combat was worse. The enemy variety was a little bit less. Enemies felt like they just took a little bit too much to go down. And there's okay, so having bosses in the way they are is a little bit, I mean, it's video gamey, right?
Right.
And I think there's this notion that the more, the less video gamey your game is, the more artistic it is or something, which I don't know if it's true or false. But it feels like that's kind of the intent with this, was just let's have less overt bosses. The boss encounters are more for the story than they are fun gameplay wise.
Most the boss encounters is with Pyramid Head, right?
Yeah, Pyramid Head
or,
twice, and then
the bed guy.
The bed, and then there's the swinging, and then there's the final boss.
Right.
And that's pretty much it.
Right. Well, yeah, because it's because you fight Angela's dad, the bed guy, bed man. And then you fight Eddie's...
Well, Eddie himself, right?
Yeah, you fight Eddie. And then, Eddie's monster or whatever. Yeah. So... But, it's just two different approaches. I don't really have a... On one hand, I prefer the first game just because they're more memorable. But on the other... Sorry to cut you off, but did you want to talk about Laura more towards when we talk about James and Mary?
I figured we'd go get... to her with the characters maybe towards the end, a little bit close to James, but I didn't really have an order, but in mind, it was just that maybe the more close they are to fucking James and Mary, that's the order we'll talk about them in. But I just figured it'd be good to save James and Mary for the end because it overhangs everything.
What about Maria?
Yeah, Maria will be next to them probably, or included, I would think. So, unfortunately, I feel like the combat's a little bit worse. The puzzles are about the same, right? Yeah. The areas are designed a little bit more realistically, which I like.
Yeah. Okay.
But there is still I don't know if I mentioned this in the first one, but there's sometimes just a little bit too much tedium. I don't know what the solution is to the problem, because I feel like the problem is, okay, so what are you going to do? Make the enemies respawn? Nobody wants that. And there's already not enough enemy variety. But also, when you've cleared everything out and you have all but one item you need, and you're kind of just figure out what the fuck to do, it's okay, I'm not scared right now. Nothing scary is happening. I'm like, there's too many areas for me to remember where I have and haven't been. The map is pretty good for the most part, but it's just like, it can get a little bit sloggy sometimes in those moments, I think.
Right.
It's probably the biggest weakness of the entire, like, franchise.
Right.
Is that sometimes they feel a little bit, I don't know. I hate to use the word, I don't like to use the word padded, but maybe it's just pacing. The pacing slows down a little bit too much sometimes, depending on whether or not you know what to do. But,
right.
But it feels like if I were to replay it now, and I pretty much know where to go, it'd be a lot smoother of an experience, but also, you know, it's like, well, fuck, I don't have, like, you're not getting spooked as much.
Right.
But part of the horror of this game is knowing, and you don't know until you beat it. So
right.
Maybe that's in the game.
Yeah, definitely this game is like one of those things where you have to play again.
Yeah.
And then you start like putting the dots together and you're like,
Yeah.
oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to talk about Angela?
I'm trying to think if there's anything. I'm just trying to clear out all the kind of gameplay in this. So what about the aesthetic of the game?
I really like the aesthetic because it's very somber and melancholic.
Yeah.
Like it's like very blue.
Yeah.
And like kind of washed out, and like everything's kind of like wet.
Yeah. It's
and the fog is like really heavy in this game.
Yeah.
And it's like thematic though, like that the fog's heavy, because like the truth is obscured, and like the fog is thick, right?
Yeah. I think they overall, like, this is a good overall point for Silent Hill 2. They showed us.
I think that's one thing. Like Silent Hill's like really known for like being foggy and shit, but really I think that's only from this game. Because like Silent Hill 1's not really all that foggy because of like technical limitations. This like it's foggy but not like that foggy, right? And then Silent Hill 3, like it's there but it's like not like there. But like this game, like the fog is fucking thick. And I don't even remember fucking fog in 4.
No, there's you're not even outdoors very much. Or there would be. But what like basically like a good overall thing in this game's favor is like just the concept of they had a quote unquote winning like idea with the first game, right? And they showed a remarkable willingness to like toy with it and mess around with it. It would have been very easy just to do Silent Hill 2 and use the same kind of other world and maybe have Harry again or something. You know what I mean?
That's actually like one of the major weaknesses with like the subtitled games that weren't made by Team Silent is like they kind of like reuse too many ideas from like the original games where they're just like not good.
I have sort of a grand thought about these 4 games, and that's kind of the idea, and I'll maybe spoil it a little bit right now and just say that maybe Silent Hill 4 should have just like, you know, that's it.
Oh, no, definitely.
Like Silent Hill doesn't need to. Not everything needs to keep going forever. Even
Right.
Silent Hill 4 feels like it's almost its own. It's almost something else. But
Well, it was originally something else, wasn't it?
it was like it was directly like originally like sort of a half spin-off game. Yeah.
Right. You don't even go to Silent Hill in Silent Hill 4.
Well, the different areas are like that you teleport to or whatever are like set in around the outskirts of Silent Hill and shit.
Right, but you never go into Silent Hill proper.
No, I don't think. Well, I don't know if the intention with some of the like the urban areas is to be it's not clear.
Right.
You don't really know. Anyway,
We'll get there.
Yeah. So, remarkable willingness to like toy with their own winning formula. They also changed the town around, which I like. Which they well in 3 in 3 it's like the same, right? As 2?
More or less. I think it's more similar to 1.
Which I like. Because I think this is a point of contention between you and me.
What's that?
I'm over dramatizing it a little bit, but I like them making Silent Hill more different in like differentiating it in each game because it toys with like the idea of how real you can how much of this is like reality versus like pure supernatural, or the line is incredibly blurred. You know what I mean?
Right.
You just don't know.
How's that a point of contention?
Well, because like a more satisfying story idea, like I think especially with 2, people argue about this all the time, right? Maybe we should save this for James, but like some people have the theory that like essentially everything that occurs like is like you could view it as entirely within James's like psyche. Like none, you could view from 0 to 100% of it as literal, and you can like justify it, right?
Right.
Which I just find interesting conceptually. The fact that they made it different than 1 means that you're not sure.
Right.
You know what I mean? And if you haven't played 1, it doesn't matter because you know it's just different. So, which is sick. I like it. It's the same idea as 1, where it's like letting your brain do the work, but it's in a different way. It's like how, like, where's the line between reality and like fucking non-reality here? Right. I don't know. Especially because the different characters have their own things, which we'll get into here in a minute. But that's another overall thing that I like, and how the town's different. I like the design of the town a little bit more in this one. It's like smaller, right? Right, a little bit. Each area is a little bit more detailed, but I like how it kind of like swings around the lake. But it feels more like, I don't know, it feels like it's a little bit more urban than the first game, but also feels like smaller somehow. Yeah. I'm into it. And with the puzzles, it's pretty much the same thing as 1 for the most part. I think they work a little bit better. I think there's less creative puzzles in this one, too. I think the creative puzzles are more... Ironically, they're more creative. I mean, it's not like... There's just more like... Sometimes you gotta like rotate a block and shit, right? Which isn't creative in a sense, but it's like something different. It's something that's not one or the other. It's not like reading some text and then applying it to this other thing, so... That's a positive or negative, just depends. Right. But I think, besides like the final boss, which we can just get into once we get to the endings of the game. Right. But I think, yeah, most of my thoughts relate to the fucking characters and the monsters in the game, right? So. Yeah. Should we do Angela first? Do you think? She's literally what I said. I said, "Do you want to do Angela?" I do want to do Angela first. Okay. What are your thoughts on Angela? I feel like I've been... Angela's very, like, sad to me. Because she starts out as, like, this very nice character. She gives you a knife and shit. She's like, here, take my knife. You're like, oh, it's got blood on it. Yeah. And, like, she sort of unravels as, like, the game goes. Like many of the characters. Well, that's kind of the thing. Yeah. Like, in this game especially, where... like, Eddie and Angela both, like, are confronted with why they're in Silent Hill, and they both, like, unravel. Mm-hmm. But James, like, faces why he's in Silent Hill, and, like, depending on what ending you pick, he's, like, stays strong and, like, overcomes it. Yeah. And I think that's, like, what I want to bring up, especially for this game. Because... like, to me, Silent Hill is like a place that... Silent Hill's like purgatory to me, right? Where people who have, like, done bad shit and, like, feel guilt about it, like, are, like, brought there because, like, they have the capacity to get over it. But Silent Hill's not gonna, like, force you to do it. You have to choose to do it. And then you can either, like, fail and, like, become fucking nuts like Angela and Eddie and... I just had this... Or you can, like, learn and take the steps and, like, get over it like James does. And honestly, I think it's, like, almost kind of like the stages of grief, almost. I'm looking for... where Angela's, like, sorrow and anger, and Eddie's, like... Denial, and then anger. And then James is, like... bargaining and acceptance, almost. Yeah, I could see it. I think at the very end, like after we cover 4, the ending section of this video should be like, what is Silent Hill? And I have like a few different ideas that are all interesting of like how Silent Hill works or what it could be, and it depends on the game. But I think that'd be cool to do, because if there's a central character to the series, it's obviously Silent Hill the town, right?
Right.
As a character, which is we'll get into it. I think we should do that. So that's interesting.
And so it's very clear that like Angela was like molested by her dad. Like her boss is like a fucking bed.
Sure is quiet here, huh?
And it's like there's like humanoid figures like stuck inside the bed, like it's strapped to the bed frame, but also it's like I don't want to say it looks well. Okay, so with Angela, the last scene we see with Angela is like the burning scene.
Yeah.
And I think she mentions that like there's like it's mentioned that there's like a house burned down and like a family died except for like the daughter or whatever.
Right.
So the implication is that she burned the house down. So I don't know. Do you feel like the monster sort of looks like it could be like burnt, almost like there's like black marks on it, kind of shit? But Angela is one of the most.
And like every time you kind of interact with Angela, you're like, she doesn't seem like she's all there.
Angela is one of the most excellently done like abuse victim characters I've ever seen in anything, period.
Right.
Literally, like, so she appears quote unquote normal at first, right? But even by the second interaction with her, there's just something like off. And James, like James, and maybe hopefully the player, me at least, playing it, like you feel bad for her because obviously there's something tormenting her, right?
Right.
But also at the same time, it's like you don't want it. It's like an uncomfortable. This type of person that's like so, like they're because of what's happened to them, they're like neurotic and they're depressed and they're potentially violent and they're unusual and they're just not mentally well in a lot of ways. It can make them draining and like uncomfortable to interact with. So it's like you feel bad and you want to help somebody, but it's like you also like Angela's every scene with her is so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that's part of like the atmosphere of the game in general is extremely
uncomfortable.
Like a lot of the like the way the lines are delivered most of the time is like incredibly like surreal and like stilty.
So, well, I should bring this up when we talk about James. If you just bring up like line delivery, like a lot of the time James just seems uninterested in like everything. He's like, "Oh, it's just you, Maria," or it's like, "Mary." He just like he just does not seem like he's interested.
Well, I have my own thoughts on why that is. I think that's it's obviously like, well, I work under the intention that it's all intentional, right?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I have my idea of why that is with him. Well, I think we'll get to it.
Okay.
But I think it's incredibly. I think all of the like the voice acting and stuff is incredibly considered, especially even in the English version. I feel like, and I think people might play it and feel like it's just like weird because it's localized from Japanese, but I think it's definitely that way on purpose to me.
Right.
Because there's times when it's not like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget it, but one of the best examples is when Maria's on the other side of the bars.
Yeah.
She's like being seductive towards James. Incredibly successfally seductive. Like there's none of that weird sort of talking like, oh, I just don't know what's going. There's none of that type of. It's like it feels more like a normal conversation because that's sort of the point of the conversation. Whereas in these other ones, it's building. It's not just the character interaction or the atmosphere, but it's like conveying the mood in the way people talk and shit.
Right.
But I think that's like, they never like Angela is never like gratuitous. She feels incredibly realistic. Angela might be one of the most realistically written characters in the game, and like I said, just like for an abuse victim type character, it's like I just think it's incredibly well done. I can't even think of another character that comes close in terms of that archetype of being so like uncomfortably real. in that ending scene with where she like walks up the stairs and everything's on fire.
Yeah.
And like James is like trying to help, but really you can't help someone. If she's gonna get out of that burning building, she's gonna do it herself, or she's not gonna do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking amazing, an amazing character.
Yeah.
Easily one of the. I mean, they're all great, so I'm not gonna say one of the best, but it's extremely well done, I think. And she's on the cover of the game, so apparently they felt confident enough.
Yeah.
That they're fucking sticking her on the front.
Right. And then we got Eddie.
Yeah. So Eddie's
another like example of a really well written like bullied character.
Yeah. He's also a victim of abuse in his own way, right?
Right. Like people like bullied him and fucked with him like his whole life because he was fat. And like to compensate for like the way he feels, he eats more and like puts himself down. But as like we kind of talk with Eddie more and more, he like kind of gets more confident and like gets a little bit more cocky and all that. And you kind of find out that like he like killed a dog.
And then shot the guy in the leg, right?
Yeah, and then like the dude had been like fucking with him. He's like, play football now with that bullet in your leg. But like, he's still like a coward because he like shot the dude in the leg and then like ran away. And ran away to Silent. He just like got in his car and just kept driving. And we like find him in the bowling alley like eating fucking pizza and shit.
Yeah, well.
And Laura's like making fun of him.
Well, I want to. I just thought of this, but it's like each character you only meet like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
In the game, but each scene with them is extremely like well crafted.
Yeah.
Consequently, right? So like we mentioned most of them with Angela, but like with Eddie, the first scene you see is like he's in the apartment and he's like like there's a dead body out in the living room.
He's like throwing up.
He's like throwing up. He's like, I didn't do it. I would. And he's like, it's incredibly gross. So your immediate impression is like this guy's like gross and like. That's, I mean, it's gross. Like, this is gross, but this guy's kind of gross. And the noise, the fucking vomiting noise is, like, incredibly fucking nasty. It's very, very nasty noises that they do.
Right.
The sound design in general is good, but, like, you know, like, the voice acting comes into that, too. But fucking nasty-ass noises. And I never wondered, like, did he kill this person as much as I wondered, like, it's just I think the idea with him is that he's rejecting his actions in a sense. Like that's his first reaction is like, you know, there's a feeling of disgust with himself, right?
Right.
But he's also like he's sitting there throwing up, so he's disgusted. But like as soon as James comes in, he's like telling him I didn't do it, you know, I didn't do it, I didn't do this bad thing, I'm not bad, whatever, right?
Right.
So it's almost like he has to justify.
Who's he trying to convince, James or himself?
That, and it feels like, I don't know if I'm getting this across, so I'll just like say it more bluntly, but like, he was bullied into thinking he was like a disgusting person. Right. So he's in a disgusting situation, and then his immediate response is like, no, please. But he's still throwing up in the toilet. So he feels disgusting. He's disgusted, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and then the bowling alley scene, immediately after he's chilled out, eating pizza, like, I don't give a fuck. Which makes sense for his character.
Yeah.
He pretends to not give a fuck, or maybe he doesn't at this point, but...
And then you meet him again in, like, the meat locker, right?
I don't remember if you see him at any... I think you see him, like, one more time between them, but the last scene with him is in the meat locker.
Yeah, and he's, like, trying to kill James.
Yeah. Well, he's not... He killed a guy, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, and he's got this big revolver, and he's like, and then he like tells he concludes like what the backstory had been kind of hinting at, like he tells everything.
He's like, James, 6 shots, more than enough to shoot any linebacker in the foot.
Enough to stop any linebacker that moves.
Right.
But he desperately
wants power.
Well, it's that he
wants control over his situation.
He's justified his behavior to himself.
Right.
his actions are the only reasonable reaction to what has happened to him in his eyes.
Right.
So when he's talking, what he wants from James is like agreement.
Right.
He doesn't want sympathy. He wants like you need to okay the things that I've done. And
Right.
James is like, whoa, this is like crazy, man. And he's like, crazy?
Whoa! Show you crazy.
Yeah. So it's like, and then you fight him, and
We killed him with the big knife.
yeah. So
Just a meme on it.
yeah. So there's a little bit more melee weapon variety, but the fucking big knife is my favorite.
One thing I'd like to mention is with Pyramid Head. So James ends up killing 2 people. And what?
James section.
I know, but I want to bring it up now because it ties into Eddie.
Okay, that's fair. I was gonna do the whole Pyramid Head spiel when we did Pyramid Head / James.
But so as soon as James kills Eddie, there's a second Pyramid Head.
Yes.
So it's very clear that Pyramid Head is the guilt that James carries for having killed people, constantly chasing him.
Yeah, well, you see the 2 of them, and then you find out about the stuff with Mary, and then at the very end, they're both together. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. You may not even know. It's subtle. It's subtly done, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And one of the cool things is too with that one, before I forget, is if you take the Pyramid Head knife, the second one has a spear, right?
Yes, I think.
Yeah.
Or I think if you take the knife, they both have spears or whatever, or something like that. But yeah, the Pyramid Head knife is based. But yeah, and James is racked with guilt over having killed somebody. He's like, I killed somebody. Oh, what the fuck? This is real fucked up, man.
Right.
Or whatever. But
This is crazy.
But yeah, Eddie's tale ends in death. He wasn't able to. Most of the characters aren't able to reach any kind of closure, and James only does in certain endings or whatever.
Right.
Unfortunately, so I guess that leads to Laura.
I fucking hate Laura.
I don't hate Laura. Laura's the least interesting character in the game.
I just find her annoying as fuck.
So the gimmick with Laura, I guess the idea with Laura is that in retrospect, you're supposed to kind of realize that, she doesn't see, nothing is fucked up about Silent Hill to her.
Right.
Because she doesn't have any demons.
Right.
Demons.
She's not old enough to have.
So, she is the bratty child archetype. I don't particularly like her, but I get what her function in the story is to, first of all, if a child's in danger, James that's how you get James to go save somebody, is make a child, right? So you have Laura, and then she's also sort of a connecting point between
Mary.
She reinforces the Mary mystery because she keeps talking about Mary. I just saw Mary, talked to Mary this and this day ago or whatever, you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's that's fucking strange what's going on. And Laura's like, what are you talking about? And skips away and shit.
Yeah, and James is she's been dead for 3 years. Laura's like, what are you talking about, dude?
You're joking. Okay. So, the scene that makes a lot of people dislike her is the one where she locks him in the room, and then that's when the fucking hanging enemies attack or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's annoying that you're locked in the room by her, but I guess the idea is that she has no fucking idea, right?
Right.
She has childhood innocence or whatever.
Right.
So although she's not the most interesting character, she feels more plot devicey than
I just
than any
find
of the
her
other
fucking
characters.
annoying the whole time.
Yeah, I get it. Thankfully, she's the least around of the characters.
Right. She just kind of shows up when they need her to
Yeah, she feels just
move
more
the plot along a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. So I feel like we covered the other characters a little bit more in depth, but if there's anything about Laura that you feel like we're missing, let us know in the comments. I mean, I'm not saying that she's shallow. I'm just saying that
right.
she didn't do a lot for me. Although I didn't hate her or anything, but she's, just not the least interesting character in the game for sure. So,
let's talk about Maria / Mary.
Let's I guess we've reached the point, right?
Right.
This is all ties in together, right? One of the first, about a third or halfway in the game, James encounters Maria, a woman
in a bar, right?
No, it's like by the dock or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Not the dock, but like where there's the statues and shit.
Yeah. Okay.
The whatever, the fountain place or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And she's like identical to.
She just like looks a little bit more slutty.
Yeah.
Which you find out like.
Like her hair is different. And,
yeah. She kind of dresses a bit more provocatively.
And there's like large swaths of the game where you have to like
escort her
and protect her. And we haven't talked about what affects the endings, but I guess we might as well do it now because we're gonna roll right through that when we talk about James and Mary and Maria as a whole. But
it's like how many times you look at the picture of Mary, how many times you like look at the knife.
Yeah. How well you take care of Maria.
There's
essentially 3 main endings.
Yeah.
There's
Leave.
There's Maria, and then there's water. Okay.
Water. Yeah.
Water ends in James's suicide. So suicide.
Assumed suicide. No, the water ending is when he like puts Mary's body in the boat and like.
No, that's not.
Oh, is that the resurrect ending or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, the 3 main endings all have the letter from Mary and shit.
Right.
The long scroll. So he's driving and you hear the car crash into the water.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. So that's if you behave suicidally. So like if your health is always low and
you're looking at the knife.
You're looking at the knife all the time, and Angela's another character who's suicidal. So like, that's the connection there, sort of. And because you can't use the knife as a weapon or anything, the regular knife, the big knife, the great knife, that's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
The Maria ending is if you're really attentive to Maria all the time,
Right.
You're not really worried about yourself as much as you are worried about Maria, always checking up on her, never running too far ahead of her, all that kind of shit. You get the Maria ending. And then the Leave ending is sort of the quote-unquote good ending.
Yeah. My headcanon ending.
Yeah, I think it's probably the average person's headcanon ending. Right? It's the most emotionally satisfying.
Yeah.
Unless we might as well just talk about it now. But some people really are partial to the water ending just because. I guess it depends on your perspective. If you've done what James has done, could you live with yourself?
Yes.
Some people feel like they couldn't. So water's like, all right, I have to kill myself at that point. It's like, what else can I do?
Right.
You know what I mean? But so. I like that these are all sort of equally valid endings, although the Maria ending definitely feels like the sinister. Like Silent Hill wins in that ending.
And the cool part about the Maria ending is like he leaves with Maria, right? But she starts coughing. And it's like, oh, that's the same symptoms that happen with Mary. So like the same shit that happened with Mary is probably gonna happen with Maria.
Well, they're walking in the first screen of the game.
He's like, then, you better take care of that.
Yeah, Maria coughs. And she's like, you better do something about that cough.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? No. That is like...
He's like...
That might be my favorite scene in the game. That's so fucked up.
Better do something about that cough before I do.
That hits me different.
I do.
That shit hits me different. Just oh my god.
Just the way he says it.
I'm telling you, the fucking voice acting is incredible in this game.
Right. He's just like straight up like, you better do something about that cough.
So this may be a decent idea to tangent, because in general, like, I have a somewhat controversial opinion that like I don't like assume that something like if a new game came out and didn't have voice acting or whatever, some big budget game, I wouldn't be like, oh no, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I think voice acting should only, if it's not going to make the game better, then just don't have it. You know what I mean?
I guess.
Where like I'm one of those people that doesn't really bother me that like the newer, well, I guess Breath of the Wild does, but like the newer Zeldas and Pokemons and shit don't have voice acting. That doesn't bother me that much. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's like even in Breath of the Wild, it was kind of like You know what I mean? So it's like I'd rather have it be. But on the same token, went like great voice acting.
Just elevates
does
the game,
something.
Like, yeah.
And the voice acting in this game just does it. Like, and that might be my favorite little scene in the entire game, because it's just like I think about that shit. I'm just like, I cough and I just hear James like, you better do something about that.
Right.
It's just like, whoo.
No, yeah, definitely my favorite ending is the leave ending, where he like leaves Silent Hill with Laura, like presumably like to adopt her, because like the story with Mary and Laura is like they were in the hospital at the same time. Like Laura would sit there and talk to Mary, and Mary was like, "Well, if I ever get to leave the hospital, I want James and I to adopt you." And so like James kind of honors that wish and kind of takes Laura in. Yeah.
So with Maria also has her own little side thing.
Yeah, she's got her like her.
It's like a 30-minute campaign or whatever.
Her ground zeros, if you will.
Yeah, it's like basically like the beginning of her existence, right? Like she wakes up and she's like, oh,
it's like
fuck.
Pops into.
Yeah, and she just has like this. I didn't really get it. Like, it was interesting, but I didn't get it.
I got a question.
What?
Is she Mary's nobody?
Kind of, bro. She was married, or she's Mary's Heartless. She has emotions, right? Seems like.
Yeah. Maybe she is. Her Heartless.
I don't know, bro.
Pyramid Head is her nobody.
Bruh. But,
I'm fucking genius.
The Maria campaign was okay. Like, it's interesting.
Like, it exists.
Yeah, it's just like, it's this little side story about this guy whose, like, family died, like, in some, like, experiment accident. And he's trying to, like, bring him back somehow.
Yeah.
Right? And then Maria's like, I don't really know that that's going to work. And he's like, I don't
know. You never see him.
Yeah. It's just, I'm not sure what the, I don't know. Maybe it's too 5 brain for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, it's interesting, I guess, but it doesn't add over much to the story.
So
it's fun to play as Maria just a little bit because it like grounds her a little bit, like as a character. But Maria's weird because like her entire character is shrouded in mystery, right?
Right.
Like she behaves.
She dies like 4 times and shit too, right?
Twice. She dies twice.
Twice.
And she behaves different, like so literally in terms of the plot, Maria is like a embodiment of
Mary's.
Oh yeah, embodiment of like either like
what James like wished Mary would look like. He's like her. She is his idealized version of Mary.
Yeah, like, but she carries like it's his reconstruction of her, kind of like Silent Hill remakes Mary as a new entity to like fuck with James in different ways, because like on one hand, right, and as soon as we get to James we'll cover this, but like repressed, like there's lots of repressed sexuality type of themes, right? So she's overtly sexual, right? So she's fucking with him, like his mind in that way. She tries to seduce him in that one scene, like through like she's behind bars and he wants to reach her but he can't, and she's like, oh, don't you want to come over here? And I can't remember the exact lines or whatever, but we can fucking whatever. And like having sex with something that looks like Mary is in a cage. It's gone. You can't reach it or whatever. When you reach it, she's dead.
Right.
So there's that aspect to it. But she also like sometimes like she just nags him like we know Mary did in her like most distraught times, right?
Right.
So there's that aspect to it too. So it's not exactly clear, but it's just something to do with how he sees Mary and his memories of Mary like as an entity, and I guess Silent Hill or himself he's being fucked with on some level, right?
Right.
And she's like she gets killed for the final time right at the very end when after James knows the truth, and he's like gonna go up and the final boss scene happens during the Pyramid Head.
Doesn't she become the final boss in every ending except for the Maria ending? She's like standing there like on the roof or whatever, and then like you talk to her and she's like, well, if you don't want me, then I'm gonna become a monster.
Well, yeah, but that's Mary.
I thought it was Maria in every ending except for
but
the
Maria it looks
ending.
exactly like Mary, so it's like it's not. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, she's like in the Mary form or whatever.
Yeah, like.
But it's her voice.
The Marie. Well, they have the same like voice actress and shit.
Yeah, but she speaks differently. She speaks in like a different tone with Maria than she does with Mary.
I didn't really notice her speaking differently on the roof. Maybe if that's how we just interpreted it differently, but
right.
How I see it is that it's just Maria as an entity has ceased to be, and she's just like acting as Mary at that point.
Right.
Like it's his version of Mary still, but like the artifice of Maria is gone by that point.
Yeah.
So in my head it's like Mary's the final boss, but I guess it is the same entity or whatever. So, this game is highly interpretive. I don't know if we made that clear. But yeah, so I guess it's time. It's James. It's the big one. So this is, if we said the first game was like Alessa was the character, like the central character, right? Well, it's definitely James this time, right?
Right.
Everything in this game.
James is definitely a leg man.
Yeah. James likes the leggy broads.
Right. Yeah, and I kind of like that, where, like, his, like, kind of repressed sexual thoughts are brought to the forefront with, like, the monsters, with the mannequins, and with the nurses. Because he spends a lot of time in the hospital with Mary, and he's seen all these, like, kind of sexy nurses, and now, when he's in the hospital, he sees, like, the monster nurses, and, like, they've got, like, the low-cut blouse and the, like, exposed cleavage, and like they're supposed to be sexy, but they're still gross looking, right?
Yeah. So,
and like Pyramid Head is like this, like idealized male body, fucking like
with the fucking pyramid head.
With a pyramid head, like
fucking banging. He's got a big fucking knife phallic substitute.
Like, right. It's very Freudian, right? And like at one point he's like banging one of the mannequins. It's very like Pyramid Head is clearly like a manifestation of James's guilt over like the sexual repression that he's going through, the guilt he has over killing Mary, and like that's why Pyramid Head is constantly chasing James, right?
Yeah.
Constantly right behind him.
So James, before all this shit, was sort of an everyman, right?
He's just a dude.
Yeah. And
stock shelves, like whatever, right?
Happy relationship with Mary, right?
Right. Then she gets sick.
With some, terminal undisclosed illness, but it slowly tears her apart.
It like fucks with her mind, right?
Yeah.
Like it affects her like psychologically, it like affects her physically. Like she like is like convinced that she's become hideous and shit, and like she lashes out at him, like screams at him, and then like begs him to stay. It's very, like it definitely takes a psychological toll on him.
Yeah.
And as hard as it is to like admit to yourself, but like when you see someone like that, like even as like much as you care for them, like you do start to be like, maybe you'd be better off dead. It's a very like you kind of like tussle with the idea of like, am I saying that because it's better for them or is it better for me? And I think that's kind of one of the major plot.
Yeah.
Like
I would agree.
One of the major like factors in his characters. Like, did he do what he did for Mary or did he do what he did for himself?
And like I love all of my.
Well, sorry to cut you off, but if you've read Richard Dawkins' book, The Selfish Gene, you would know every altruistic action is based in like a selfish like desire.
Therefore, but with my favorite stuff in the game overall is like the scenes where we see or we hear clips of like Mary and James interacting while she's sick, because it's just so it's immaculately done, in my opinion. Like,
right.
It's just it's nobody wants to be in that. Nobody wants to be fucking dying, right?
Right.
And you want your significant other or whatever to like be there for you, but at the same time you like understand that like you're dragging them down like a road that they don't deserve to go down, even though you don't deserve to go down it. It's like, well, I'm stuck with it, but you're not. But don't leave me, please, because I love you. And so that element of her character is portrayed super well. And even though technically she's dead the entire story, but like James understands that.
Right.
We can understand that he understands that because we see that. So, and it's just, on the other hand, like you said, it's like, he doesn't want to be, who wants to be in that situation, but I don't think he ever wanted to be like, it was never that he thought of like leaving Mary. It's just that like, it was so hard that like,
nobody wants to be the dude who had to put the pillow over his wife's face, right?
and that's the eternal argument with the game, and it's deliberately ambiguous and played both ways, where like James, it's easy for James to come to the conclusion that like he did it benevolently, but then he realizes, no, I didn't. Well, it was easier for me. But then the Mary he talks to in the one scene in the ending or whatever is like, but you didn't want to watch me suffer. It's not one or the other. It's somewhere between.
Right. Well, and here's my thing is, right? So I think James did what he did because he, one, did not want to watch his wife suffer anymore, and she was like begging to die, right? So I think he did what he did out of like a sense of duty to his wife to like end her suffering, right? But I think what he's wrestling with is like the feelings of relief and like anger and like the other emotions he had, like that were going into it while he was doing it, and like what came afterwards.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
See, right, because honestly, like, your higher brain functions can justify like, I did that out of like service to her, right?
Yeah. But
like your lower brain functions will just be like,
I don't want to go back there another day. It's too hard.
No, it's like I feel guilt about this because like I feel free now. Like the weight that was holding me down is gone, and I feel relief for that, and now I feel guilt. And like now you are punishing yourself.
Well, and there's the element of it too is not even just that she was making his life harder and dragging him down while she was sick, but also that like it was like he had lost his wife
twice.
Yeah, like
that's why she died 3 years ago.
Yeah, she wasn't the person she was.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I wouldn't have remembered to mention it. But
yeah,
she actually died a week ago.
Right, she was dead. She's in the trunk of his car and shit.
Yeah. That's like that's not mentioned anywhere in the game. That's like a developer thing but it's fucked up regardless.
Right.
But like we
forgot to talk about the tape.
No, I figured I thought we were just like covering the fucking outline.
Gotcha.
So, like his wife. So not only does he not have his wife, in the sense of she's not the person she was anymore, but he's like has to like watch this new version of her like fucking just like whittle away.
Right.
And
well, no, like he has to watch like this person who looks like his wife slowly like scream at him, but also beg for him to stay. Like essentially like emotionally torturing him. And like he didn't ask for this.
No, but it's also it's not like deliberate on her part. No. She's like
losing it.
Well, I don't attribute, I don't know. Most of her behavior I don't think is like the like brain deterioration or some shit like that, you know what I mean?
Right.
It is the fact that she is dying and she cannot handle it.
Right.
Because that's that's the one thing that like is most terrifying to like most people, right?
Right.
Is like the thought of death. So she's watching it happen and all this other shit that we're talking about, and it's just like I'm like I want my husband to be there for me, but also like I feel bad, but also I'm like mad at the world and him because he looks at me different, but why would he not? Because it's just all that stuff. You know what I mean? Right. So it's just, and so he does what he does, right?
Right.
And a week later, he's in fucking Silent Hill.
Shooting Eddie.
Yeah. And, yeah, so that's where a lot of the repressed sexuality comes in. And what you were saying earlier about, like, his like, a lot of his delivery being, like, very monotone. A lot of the, he's just like, oh, man, what,
Right.
But it's like, first of all, James, at the beginning of the game, has very successfully, like, constructed a wall around, like, part of his mind.
Right.
And that part of his mind is related to his most, like, complex and deep emotions. So it's like, this is the result. Oh, you're Angela. Where's my wife? You know what I mean?
Right.
But, like, that's part of why, like, so, like, all the monsters, right? The leggy mannequins and such. So they're, like, dull and muted, right?
Yeah.
Like a decayed body or a decaying, body in a sense, right?
Right.
But also, like, if they represent some aspect of how he feels about Maria, he's successfully deadened it, right?
Yeah.
Or the sexual feelings towards her have been, like, it's been so long that they're faded away.
Right.
And also they're fractured and inhuman. That's why the sexual, there's no humanity to it anymore.
Right.
Mary
that's why
was
they're fucking like legs on legs.
Yeah, Mary was stripped of her humanity. And James was left with, whatever, however you want to construct it. But it's just like, fuck. What other game has monsters that are like you can construe that much out of, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that's how, like, all of the monsters are, and they relate to different we talked about the bed with relation to Angela or whatever, right?
Right.
The final boss is the same way. The final boss, I love the design of the final boss. Just the like being fucking locked into the bed.
Yeah. And
like hanging over the roof of the hospital. And just fucking like, that's based. I'm fond of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like you were mentioning about the Otherworld, this is James's Otherworld, and it's dead and decaying and muted, but it's not like inhuman, right?
Yeah, it's like very organic.
Yeah. He's muted, like, all these parts of himself, but he can't, like, completely dispose of them.
Right.
Whereas, like, Alessa was, like, racked with, like, this this inhumanly evil mother and this literal inhuman creature.
Right. And also was on fire.
Yeah. So, just to go, like, to reinforce the fact that the Otherworld is extremely, like, well considered and thought out. But, like, trying to think of how to introduce fucking Pyramid Head, because Pyramid Head is like the most iconic character from the franchise, right? Probably.
You know what pisses me off, right?
They keep reusing him.
they keep reusing him, and like they'll add. So he's in Dead by Daylight now, right? So do you know who the other Silent Hill character is? Fucking Heather. Guess who's not in Silent Hill 3?
Pyramid Head.
Pyramid Head.
Pyramid Head is James's guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, why would he be?
In fucking... Yeah, it makes no fucking sense.
Kind of reminds me of like in the Clock Tower games, they kept reusing fucking
Scissor Man?
Scissor Man, when really, like, Scissor Man kind of only made sense in the first game.
Right.
Because he was, like, the fucked up dude that, like, they hid away or whatever.
Yeah.
He ran around, he's like, I'm Scissor fucks, you know? Or whatever. But then he's, like, in other games because he's, like, he's the mascot or whatever.
Right.
Unless I'm mistaken. It's been a while since I played any of those. But the idea is the same. Pyramid Head is what we're talking about, what James has successfully hidden away. That's what Pyramid Head is. Like in
it's like chasing him down.
Yeah.
Making him face it.
Yeah. And I guess the near climax of the game is that. So like you said earlier, one Pyramid Head at the beginning of the game, he had one body to his name.
Right.
And by the end of the game, he has another. So there's two. And the only way he can manage them is not to actually defeat them, because you can never kill Pyramid Head, but it's just to engage them long enough that they like wither away and eventually die at the end, right?
Right.
Like, to confront it is all you need to do, I think, is what I get out of that.
Exactly.
And he could, like, he wouldn't. He wasn't able to properly until that point at the end of the game. So when he just has to stand his ground, you know, and like deal with what he needs to deal with about himself, and then
and that's honestly like why I prefer the Leave ending.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's my preferred too.
Like, he faces his demons, like, face on.
Yeah.
And then I think, like, he should be able to move on for that.
Yeah. And after that, it's directly onto, like, the final batch of Mary stuff. So, like, he's finally dealt with himself. Now can he deal with Mary? You know?
Right.
And I just find the entire, like, we've talked a lot about what's covered, but just everything from, like, the tape where he finally sees what he did, right? And he tells Laura. It's fucked up.
He's like, Mary's dead, and I killed her. He's like, you murderer! You killed her!
Imagine how hard that sentence would be to say.
What? Oh, so like...
Just to verbalize it.
Like, oh,
like you've been deluding yourself for this entire game, and then the truth is, like, bare in front of you, and you're like, I killed my wife. It's just, like...
I feel like James is a little bit more emotive, too, after that.
He comes more into, like... Well, that's why he has to deal with the Pyramid Head stuff before he can confront how he feels about Maria, because he has to manage himself before he can engage with, like, what's left of his memory of his wife, or however you want to interpret it. But the entire, regardless of the ending, just the entire sequence, and, like, how it subtly differs between each ending, and how James and Maria and flashback and it jumps back and forth and all that shit, how they're just, the way they communicate is just, like, the entire thing is, like, fucking pure, like, just extremely well done.
Yeah.
Like, and God, do you marry, like, the letter at the end? Bruh.
It's like gut-wrenching.
I can't. That's just, like, different. Yeah, like, more than any of these other games, like, I think why people get attached to this game, and this is the same for me, it's, like, it's emotionally affecting.
Right.
Like, the game, like we mentioned at the beginning, you know, the gameplay might be the same vein as the first and maybe worse, but the like the characters and the writing and like the nuance and the amount of taste and subtlety they had in actually like crafting the situation. Like you can't, and it's not. There's too many things try to do something like Silent Hill tries to do, Silent Hill 2 tries to do, and they just aren't good enough to pull it off. It's too like, oh, this character was obviously wrong. You know, James obviously shouldn't have did that. He's obviously the bad guy. Where like, you know, yeah, it's a bad thing to do, but it's not like, you know, it's complexly written, and you can look at it from different angles. And today you might be like, yeah, James was like a selfish bastard, and then the next day you're like, James was a loving husband, and you know he did what was best, or somewhere in between, or Mary was a fucking deranged bitch when she died, or you know, just whatever.
Right.
You can. There's
James killed her in self-defense.
yeah, like which
He stood his ground.
yeah,
He used castle doctrine.
which I don't agree with, mind you, but I'm just the nuances there that you can interpret it in all these different ways, and it's fucking based. I mean, you could. How many times can you play this game? And like I said, with interpretation, like this game more than any of the other like 4, or the other 3, I guess, of this quadrilogy. You can, I think, any aspect of the game you could look at as like, okay, how does this relate to James? You know, or even all the other like NPCs and shit. Like they sort of like. The reason they're in the game is or maybe the reason they came to Silent Hill at the same time is that they have relation. Like Eddie is disgusted with himself, and he has like somewhat guilt, but also like he justifies his violent actions, right?
Right.
And like Angela's a little bit more of her own thing, but just the suicidal sort of traumatically, you know, PTSD sort of mindset. I mean, what James went through was traumatic. You know,
Right.
That's a traumatic experience, regardless. I don't know that killing your wife is what I would do, but you know, it's a traumatic thing that happened to James and Mary both, and like how they're characterized as human, and all the other characters fall into it. Laura's like some childlike, you know, you could say something about like Mary's child, you know, her innocence or something. Her innocence in the matter. She never chose what happened to her, right?
Right.
And Laura can kind of represent that, like, metaphorically and shit, right? So it's all, like, it all ties extremely well together. It doesn't feel like, you know, anything is just thrown in willy-nilly.
Right.
That's very, very few, like, games, or even, like, stories in general you can say that are that well considered. Which is fucking based.
Yeah.
Trying to think if there's anything big I feel like we didn't cover. I feel like we got the gist.
I think so.
I mean, this game more than any other, you have to play to get it, right?
Right.
So if somehow you have made it to this part and you have not played the game, please go fucking play the game. Put it on easy. It'll take you like 5, and use a guide. It'll use like 5 hours. Watch a fucking Let's Play. Just, like, don't... I prefer you don't, but if that's what you're going to do it. Just fucking experience the game. It's fucking sick. In more ways than one. And I believe it was even more successful than the first game, especially, like, critically. Now it's revered as one of the best games ever made, for good reason. But I think it sold more than the first game, too. And so Team Silent were able to do a sequel. And, well, I think the reports vary. There's some people that say that Team Silent wanted to make Silent Hill 3 more akin to Silent Hill 2, and that there may have been some corporate strong-arming into changing the game a little bit, or maybe that's pure, you know, fucking bullshit, I don't know, but Silent Hill 3 is a very different game than Silent Hill 2. As Heather would tell you. And I guess we'll get into that one next. Do you have anything else to say on Silent Hill 2? I think we...
Definitely my favorite of the Silent Hills.
At the end of the part for one, we kind of outlined what made it, like, special. I think we did that for 2 as well. But just to put it, like, in fucking bold simplicity, like, just the incredibly...
It's a perfect combination of like the elements that strongly are present that create like the strong foundation for a good game.
It's like it uses the survival horror format, but the story is one of like psychological and emotional horror more than it is monsters that you can fucking shoot with the shotgun. And also, not only that would be interesting by itself, but it's also extremely well crafted and tastefully done and complex and nuanced, because a game can be the first, you know, it can deal with psychology or whatever and fall flat on its face, but Silent Hill 2 pretty much nonstop just knocks it out of the park constantly. I mean, that's pretty much its reputation is well deserved in my opinion.
Right.
So, anyway, on to the next one.
I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you.
Well, Eric,
Have you seen my wife, Mary?
have you seen my daughter? She's about 8 years old. Brown hair. Her name's Cheryl.
No, I haven't. I've seen Heather though.
Heather?
She's about 16, has blonde hair, not short.
Well, that's also my daughter. But it's my daughter's original body's reincarnated infant, newborn, grown form after I killed Baphomet with a rifle and a pistol and a stick and ran away from lightning using a directional input pad on my PlayStation, Sony PlayStation entertainment system. And then Heather is my daughter.
Okay.
We're talking Silent Hill 3 with Heather. Unity Heather producer. Oh, this is a
The
game.
best protagonist.
Oh, yes. So,
Literally fucking over it.
yeah, let's do this a little bit different than, let's do the complete opposite of Silent Hill 2. All right? That shit was dumb. We'd save James for the end. Bullshit. Heather, we're talking about Heather right now.
Heather's too cool to not talk about first. She's also one of like 3 actual characters in this whole game. So 4, I guess.
So we're breaking the format a little bit, but that's fine. Heather is amazing. Heather's the best character in the game.
To begin with.
We kind of talked about the gameplay, then like the plot, then the characters, sort of. Yeah,
this game has the same gameplay as 2. Oh no.
We'll get to it. Heather, first and foremost, she's got a big brain.
Wow, that was lame.
It's gonna fall.
Who cares?
Heather's done with this shit.
Literally.
She doesn't have a face anymore. That's how done with it. She can grimace no more.
Yeah, she can't even emote.
Yeah, the grimace has been fucking wiped from her face. But Heather is incredibly different than the protagonist of the first 2 games.
Yeah, she's a Shakespearean scholar.
Yes. What a puzzle that was. Truly.
I like that. Like, as a concept.
I like that it exists. I didn't like doing
it's like a bookshop keeper. I feel like I would lock my safe behind a Shakespearean puzzle that...
A 16-year-old... Maybe she's been learning Shakespeare in school.
Well, from the sound of it, like, she moves around a lot, so... It would make sense that, like, her dad's probably homeschooling her, and also, like, making her learn Shakespeare because he's a writer.
Oh, Harry Mason. Greatest dad of all times?
No.
No.
He's up there, though.
Well, and
If
now,
he was so
now
great,
he's
he
gonna
wouldn't die.
Yeah, he's going to be an absentee father now.
Yeah, she's grown up enough,
Everyone needs their daddy.
I guess.
Oh, gross. Anyway, yeah, Heather is way different than Harry and James, like in almost every way, and it's like sort of what defines the game to me. I think in a lot of ways, like
Yeah.
both of the first two protagonists were like what is somewhere between like 25 and 35 years old. It's not really clear. Harry's may be a little bit older than James, but young, middle-aged men, roughly. Kind of. It depends.
I wouldn't say middle-aged. I'd say like adult men. I would, like fully adult, right?
We're fully adult, bro, aren't we?
I guess.
Anyway,
We're
what I'm
probably
saying.
about the same age as James, so
They're like, they're as old as they are, whatever.
right.
And they're both looking for a female that they love very, very much, a member of their family. They're looking for a loved one in the mysterious town of Silent Hill. So
That place.
Have you seen her? Heather, on the other hand, we don't
Goes there for fucking revenge.
Yeah, we don't even start in Silent Hill.
You don't play half the game in
Yeah.
Silent Hill.
We're not in Silent Hill for like about half of the game, and Heather's just like from the jump, right? Like
All she wants to do is go home.
yeah, like she's just trying to get home, right? She's in the mall. The first two characters she meets, Duggarus and Claudia. Claudia's like immediately back on that Silent Hill bullshit. Like I don't remember exactly what she says.
Monologues at her.
Yeah, she's just monologuing.
And Heather's like, "Are you taking the piss?"
Like what the fuck? Like it's not Halloween yet. Like what the fuck are you doing?
Literally.
And then you have Duggarus who like is just. She's like, what the fuck's like your deal?
Well, he's like a PI. He's like, "Hey, I need to talk to you about
like,
your origins." She's like, "You're weird. Get away from me."
we-
And like
we-
runs into the bathroom.
We must speak about your Silent Hill origins.
Fuck off.
And she's like, I don't know what that is, and runs away.
Right. Which is reasonable for
She's
a
like,
teenage girl to do.
I've never been to that place. Runs away into the bathroom. And that's basically how everything, I mean, not always running away, but just that, like, please leave me the fuck alone. I really don't want anything to do with this. All the monsters, she's just like, she has like this face that she makes that's like, I can't make, you know what I mean? The
Like-
fucking, yeah, like, they just kind of like,
the confused grimace,
I'm like, what? Like, huh? Like, who? Huh? So she's fucking running around, like, getting attacked by fucking dogums and, like, hookums and bag armums and all these other monsters that we'll get to. And, like, she's like, no fucks given, right?
fucking literally.
Just like, ill, gross, I'm gonna kill it, and then, like...
I'm gonna go home.
Yeah, like, leave me alone. And sharp, like I said, just a sharp contrast. Also, just, like, the former protagonists of Silent Hill... Harry and James, they sort of rolled with it a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, that makes a lot. They're like, somebody would be monologuing at them or whatever, talking about, oh, this place does this. And you're like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense, I guess. Okay. Heather's like, that's stupid. You're stupid. Fuck off.
Yeah, like, especially James is just like, hey, all right. Like, I'm here, Like, just a very sort of that kind of reaction to a lot of shit. And you can read that into his character however you want. But, regardless, by contrast, Heather is just wants nothing to do with any of it. Please fuck off and die. Leave me alone. All attitude all the time. Snarky.
It's great.
I mean, like, I don't want to say she's a stereotypical teenage girl character, but she falls into that sort of persona. But, like, in the best way possible. It's really entertaining.
Right.
Makes her a lot of fun to play as. And speaking of... And she's a badass. As you can see from her fucking katana here.
Folded 1,000 times.
Yeah. Silent Hill steel. Folded 1,000 times.
Right.
in the volcanic heat of... What if Silent Hill had a volcano? It's like these fictional towns like fucking like South Park or fucking whatever, fucking Sunnydale from Buffy, where there's just whatever the episode needs. That's what is in the town.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so there's a fucking volcano, like you can just see it in the background in this one episode and shit.
Like it makes sense. Well, it has the lake, right? Toluca Lake, which makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
there's not too many volcanoes in Maine.
Yeah. But if they wanted to take the piss, or just like be even more bizarre,
right? Yeah, no, I get it. I gotcha.
But unlike Silent Hill 1 to 2, where the town is actually completely different, essentially, it's really similar when you go back in 3. So although you don't spend half the game there, the actual town of Silent Hill layout-wise is like identical to 2, although you obviously explore a like minuscule portion of it.
Right.
Relatively, but also
the portions you do explore are really good.
Well, also what's neat is that there's like when you go to like the amusement park, for instance, you see different shit than in the first game when you went to the amusement park, but there's a lot of shit that looks exactly the same.
Right.
So it sort of like ties them together kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm into it. So, and speaking of just tying together, Silent Hill 2 was like a completely, just essentially, you could call it a fucking completely different story. You know, it's like it has essentially nothing to do with 1.
Right.
In pretty much all respects. Whereas 3 takes it back. The plot is pretty much, you know, a direct, or into however you want to call it, direct sequel to 1. It just takes place, you know, almost 2 decades later. But it's like, in most ways, a direct sequel to 1. Revolves around similar sort of setup, especially in regards to like the antagonist's goals, and just it feels like this could have been Silent Hill 2, and the other Silent Hill 2 could be like Silent Hill Gaiden or some shit, and you wouldn't really like bat an eye. And I've heard
Shin Silent Hill.
So, and that's for better and for worse, as we'll get into. But it's just weird that, well, I don't know if I mentioned this in the Silent Hill 2 portion at any time. I don't remember, but the rumor that I've heard was that Silent Hill 3, after Silent Hill 2, they're like, we kind of want to do this sort of thing for every game.
Right.
Where we sort of really take it in a new direction, kind of, or, you know, really, like, use it to, like, examine the psychology of the characters and shit. And the rumor that I've heard is that somewhere on the management, or, like, you know, upper management at the developer or on the publisher side, or I'm not sure where, but at some point they were kind of like shut down, like we want you to do this and
well,
this.
It's fucking Konami. Who's surprised?
Nobody. Although this was back in the day, Konami had a lot more goodwill regardless of whether or not they were any better.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Has Konami gotten that much worse, or are we just aware of it now? I don't know.
Both.
That's probably the most true.
They started to care more about pachinko than they did about video games. Which is, like, incredibly sad. Still the best Metal Gear cutscenes I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god, it makes me weep.
Literally.
God damn. So, this game really feels like a sequel to Silent Hill 1, like I said, for better and for worse. So, cool! We're playing as Heather, who is Cheryl Alessa. From the
Cheryl
Alessa from the first game. She's got multiple names. How old is she? Like 35, 16, 8, 12. Who fucking knows? I have no idea how old she is. She's been burnt to a crisp. She's given birth to the Baphomet. She's been a baby like 4 times. I don't even fucking know.
Who cares?
Hey, cool. Like, I'm into it, right?
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to be something completely out of nowhere to be good. But, unfortunately, whereas, you remember like in Silent Hill 1, especially where like the beginning half or 2/3 of the game is they're like, you'll be strutting around and there will be, you know, surreal cutscenes and characters talking.
Yeah.
In a slow, confusing sort of way about the nature of Silent Hill and the plot and the cult and the mist, you know, all this shit, right? And then it sort of falls into place by the end, although, as we commented, like, in our first part of this video, when we talked about the first game, part of it is, like, the fact that it doesn't all piece together perfectly, and even to get it to where it does piece together, sort of, you gotta, like, you know, think about it. You gotta put it together. Just cool, I'm into it. But this game, at the beginning, you're sort of, you know, you're heathering around, having a good time, you know? And also off the buck in this game, you see the combat is the same as Silent Hill 2, but also there's some differences, right?
Right.
When we played Silent Hill 1, we did, and this is true, just in Silent Hill 1 there's only like one difficulty selector, right? Easy, normal, hard. So we just played normal, because, you know, we're not babies, but we're not adults, you know?
Right.
We're not adult men like James and Harry, you know, we're however old we are. So then in 2, they added puzzle difficulty mode, which I think we commented on just how it makes some of the puzzles in 2 and the later games like insane. Like the aforementioned Shakespeare puzzle.
Yeah, you gotta do like calculus, fucking non-Euclidean geometry, and no Shakespeare back to front.
I know, I'm like getting fucking textbooks out of my closet and shit to fucking play Silent Hill. God damn. But I guess for the people that like it, it's cool that there's the option to change the puzzle difficulty too.
Right.
Maybe you want easy combat and normal puzzles. So for Silent Hill 3, we said, you know what? The combat in these games, it works kind of, but it's also a little bit boring and a little bit butt.
Right.
And
also, we got like a lot of game to play.
We got like a video to fucking make, right? So we're doing easy combat, fuck it. And we did normal puzzle. The only reason I bring this up is because the combat in Silent Hill 3 is kind of the same, but also weird and different.
Yeah, every enemy takes like a fucking million shots, million stomps to kill, but then like you get to a boss, it takes 4 shots, and Heather looks at it meanly and it fucking dies.
Literally. So like, I don't know if it's on like hard, like on hard mode, shit just takes a lot of hits anyway, but you die fast, and then the bosses are made harder. I just don't know how it works.
Heather must die difficulty.
But it just feels weird when you're like, you got like these like flat mouth dogums and you're like hitting it like 9 times with the katana and shit, fucking not dying, falls down, fucking stomp it 4 times, finally it quits moving, and then you get to like the first boss, like the boss of them all or whatever, like that fucking wormy whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And you like shoot it 5 times with the pistol, and then you like the cutscene started and I'm like, excuse me? But that's how it works. So the combat like feels different, but like at first I was like, all right, this is like more involved kind of, and you know, as later on you get even more tired of it than you did in 1 and 2, but you're like, all right, you're cruising on the goodwill of 2 especially, but it's like, all right, we're back in the world of 1, all right, I'm with it. There's some characters talking surreal bullshit, but that's fine. It's Silent Hill, you know. Heather, I'm loving Heather. She's awesome, best character. We're not in Silent Hill. You know, that's a little bit weird, but I'm with it.
Right.
It doesn't have to be in Silent Hill all the time, necessarily. You know what I mean? You know, we're with it.
Right.
Cruising through the mall. It's a elegantly, I don't know if that's the right word. It's a well-designed little dungeon. You know, and I say little jokingly because it's actually pretty big. Yeah, it's big. It loops around.
It is a fucking mall.
It's got the Otherworld version, and the Otherworld sort of. It looks it's got its own flair for sure, but it looks 1-ish more than it looks 2-ish. But you know, I'm with it. You know, we're in the Silent Hill 1 type of vibe right now. So you're having a good time, but unfortunately, kind of what happens story wise is you kind of go along, and the farther we got in the story, the more I was like, all right.
It's very eye rolling.
And like
every time Claudia talks, you just kind of roll your eyes and just be like, all right, whatever. I guess.
Yeah, it's like the plot feels so melodramatic
for no reason.
And I can't pin down exactly what about the melodrama sucks the fat one in comparison to like 1, for instance.
Right.
One,
I think it's because Claudia's such a flat character.
one was more subtle too, but
And
that's true.
Vincent's also annoying as fuck.
So let's talk about Claudia, right? She's one of the first characters introduced
Right.
to, and she's like the primary antagonist.
Right. She's like, the world sucks. People are mean to me.
Yeah,
I must destroy the world to save humanity.
And we're back on the cult bullshit.
Right.
I'm fine. I'm with it, right? I do not find, even conceptually, the cult to be overly interesting, just because it's like...
It's really not, because it's not, like, most of the cult's not even involved.
Okay.
Like, how many people are in this cult? Like, 4?
Let's just do this.
There's like 5 people in this cult.
Let's take the opportunity to bitch about the cult.
Okay.
I'm going to try not to bring up 4 here, but the cult plays into a little bit of 4 as well, which we'll bring up when we get there. But just in general, this is true of every game. Okay, so the cult, right? It's like a weird, like a maybe like satanic, like dark mysticism, black magic, whatever the fuck cult, right?
Yeah. The Order. I hate that. It's always called, like, The Order. The Order of what?
That's such a lazy ass name.
I know. At least call yourself something cool. Like, we are the Order of the Scarlet Sigil or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just something.
Yeah, something cool and melodramatic.
But bro, they're just called the Order so that nobody can know the secrets of what they're about or some shit.
Well, they go around fucking screaming it every 5 minutes. So how do I not know what they're fucking about?
I know, they like scream about it and summon fucking bat ghoulies and fucking chicken mans.
For real!
Like, what the fuck? So, okay.
They literally scream their raison d'etre to the heavens every fucking 5 minutes and then ask you, like, how could you deny us? I don't know, motherfucker, you tell me!
You're an asshole.
Fucking for real. Maybe if they were, like, a little bit nicer to Heather would have been like, yeah, I'll birth your god, fuck it, whatever.
So, these things are true. Cults, like evil, meanie cults, are like a cliche.
Right.
And they can be generic. So it's important to like do like you got to like make it interesting. It's hard, when you have something so cliche as evil cult in small town or whatever. You got to like put a little work to make it more interesting.
Right.
In my opinion.
They never do.
Never happens. Also, like you said, there's like 5. Like in each game, there's like 2 guys in the cult, so it doesn't even feel like a cult. It just feels like an asshole. But it seems like they're using the cult to imply that there's like this greater like movement, but it's just not. The substance isn't there, so it just feels like fluff. Or I don't know how to describe it. It's just not. The idea of the cult does not intimidate me. I'm running around getting attacked by fucking monsters that have nothing to do with the cult. I have no idea.
Well, yeah.
Like, I'm just not sure. Like, nothing that you're threatened by in the game is ostensibly because of the cult.
The only monster that is, like, tangentially related to the cult is Valtiel.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes, this is true. And this is like in like every game combined.
Right.
It's just like, so. And also the cult, like, it's like so melodramatic. Like all the characters in it are so fucking melodramatic. So, and they just monologue. And like in one it works because
you don't know what the fuck's going on.
You don't know what the fuck's going on, and it's a little bit more grounded in like the mystery of it. And like Dahlia presents as a maybe not evil character at first, right?
Right.
Like you're not sure. By the time you know for sure, you're intrigued by the Alessa thing. Then you have the secondary antagonist of like Kaufman, and all this other stuff. So like, how does it all? You're with it. It's not the most crazily interesting or elaborate or subtle plot in the world, but you're with it. It works for the game. But then in 3, right? Immediately you have Claudia, and it's obvious Claudia's like evil as fuck.
Right.
Like based on
from the get-go.
Yeah, like she acts evil as fuck. If you've played 1, then you know it's just like she's got like white hair. She's culting at me. Like I get it. Like she's the bad guy.
Right.
So there's no mystery to it, all right? And even like Heather is like, what the fuck? Like,
she's not even a particularly like compelling villain either. She's like, oh, what's her backstory? Oh, she was mistreated by her dad, so now she feels like she has to bring back God to destroy the earth to remake paradise or something fucking stupid. And it's like,
yeah, the world's pain and shit, right?
Right. It's like
So she comes off as like incredibly childish.
she's like a low-level Naruto villain.
Yeah, like in the idea of like child with like cataclysmically destructive power can be interesting for sure.
Right.
But it's that combined with Claudia, and Claudia presents as like she's like talks all elegantly and so which can also work because you could be like, okay, so she's like she has like these childish insecurities, but she's like acting like an adult. But like the game doesn't do anything with that. That's me inferring too much on it. Not too much, but like I shouldn't have to.
Right.
It is, and when you have to do that level of inference, it should be more clear from the game that like, I'm not just like bullshitting. You can bullshit the plot of Silent Hill 3, I feel like, but Claudia does not work. So like, and she's introduced way too early.
Right.
So there's no mystery to it. You're like, all right, when's Claudia gonna show up again? That fucking evil bitch.
You walk into a random room, there she is, talking to Vincent, menacingly.
Here's the problem with this is this isn't a Silent Hill problem because this isn't true in 2. 2 did this perfectly. In 2, the characters go through arcs over the course of the game as you meet them over and over again.
Right.
In 3, you have Claudia, who like is one of the most ever-present characters, right? Like there's Heather, obviously, Douglas, who doesn't go through much of an arc, but he's nice. So there's a lot less legwork you have to do as a writer to make him appealing, right? Like you're with it, he's cool. And then you have Claudia, who does not she's just Claudia the entire game until like the next to last time you see her, then you find out her backstory. And you're like, I don't give a fuck now.
Right.
Like why can't we see her go from like broken child to like wants to destroy the world with God, with Baphomet or whatever. Right. That's that would be a lot more engaging. It would be amazing. That's just like I feel like that's basic writing shit that should just be in the game. Obviously Silent Hill is these are weirdly written and acted games for intentionally and not because the surreal horror aspect of it, but it's just I don't know. Claudia just fucking sucks as a character. Is the one sentence version. Don't like her at all. Sort of ruins the overall plot of the game. Which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if there were some more likable characters on the side, but we're basically stuck with Douglas, who we can get into, I guess. But I would just want to bring up Vincent again because Vincent's like.
He fucking sucks. He looks like Huey Emmerich. Makes me want to punch him in the face.
But he also looks like Hal Emmerich, so I want to give him a kiss on the lips.
No, he looks.
I want to raise a baby with him.
He looks too much like Huey and acts too much like Huey. So
I want Douglas and Douglas looks like an old version of the guy from Snatcher, and fucking Vincent looks like Huey. I want him to raise
Heather.
Raise Heather together. They can go on adventures.
Does that make Heather Sunny?
Yes.
Sweet.
But Vincent's like is first presented.
He's like, oh, is he maybe an ally to Claudia? We don't know.
He's like, I'm mysterious glasses man.
Right.
I'm intellectual because I have the nice outfit and the glasses.
Right.
I know the inner machinations of the Silent Hill cult.
Right.
And of Claudia.
Vincent also has the worst fucking cutscene ever, right?
Are we talking about the dagger cutscene?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the dagger cutscene.
Where he's like standing there talking.
This is my least favorite moment in any of the 4 games.
So Heather's like talking to Vincent. She's like, man, all these monsters everywhere. He looks at her and goes, wait, you see them as monsters? And for like a split second, you're like, oh shit, like what? And he goes, just kidding. Like, fuck off, dude.
Ha! Got him!
And then Claudia sneaks up behind him and fucking stabs him in the back with a dagger.
It's like he lived as he died, pathetically.
Fucking for real.
No,
like
but this
bitch.
This line makes me mad because it reeks of wasted potential.
Right.
Like really, really badly. The idea that like we know from 2, in 2, we understand that each of the characters sees their environment differently.
Right.
Based on their own psychological
baggage.
Whatever, yeah. Mind state baggage. Like the combination of that all, right? Based. That's really interesting. It's fun to go back and examine the world of Silent Hill 2, knowing we're stuck in James's perspective, and think of how Eddie might see this area, or like,
right,
you know, that kind of thing. It's neat. It allows you to like recontextualize the game, and so this idea that like, you know, I see them as angel, you know. That's the idea, right? Like, you see them as monsters. I or somebody else could see them as like fucking unicorns or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you bring up a good point. It could be like, oh, I see them as like angels, because like in the original context of like Abrahamic religion, like angels are supposed to be like indescribable by the human like psyche and shit, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're supposed to be, like, fucking giant-ass polyhedrons and shit. Like, basically what you see in Evangelion.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? You know? But just the idea that, like, the game's, like, acknowledging this, like, direct. Like, with the intellectual characters, like, yes, we see the world differently. What can we, you know? It's like, this is something that none of the games do. They never go anywhere with it. The idea that, like, Silent Hill is obviously mysterious and weird, and like depending on the character in the game and the context, like its mechanics function differently, right? But just the idea that like you can intellectually observe Silent Hill is like, to me, that's cool as fuck. Because once you get to like the third game in a series like this, you have like we have like, that's how we're thinking about it. We're playing Silent Hill 3, right? And we're like, oh, this is different than how they did it in the other games. You know, that's how we're looking at it. You know, as players. Right. So it's cool that, like, imagine, like, a version of the plot of Silent Hill 3 where, like, alright, we're playing as a character from Silent Hill 1, you know, who's the child of the protagonist of that game. And it's a combination of some aspects of the story and some areas from 1 and, like, the Silent Hill design of 2. And then, like, you have the character Vincent, right? Like, you're pretending he's an intellectual. So, like, make him an intellectual. Like, maybe he's around. Like, he's taking notes on Silent Hill. He's trying to break it down, like, scientifically. Right? That could be cool. That could be a cool idea for a character in one of these games. But it's just this one throwaway line. And I don't know what even the point of it is.
Isn't.
It just annoys me.
Literally.
Like, are we supposed to think that the just kidding was a joke? You know, I don't know. That's too far for me. That's doing too much. I don't got my whole life to fucking write Silent Hill 3 fan fiction about what Vincent sees the fucking monsters as.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it sucks because Vincent also sucks as a character, because every single aspect that could be interesting about him is just like Claudia. He's just, whenever he's on screen, he's mostly annoying. And, like, I don't give a fuck about him and I want him gone. You know. But Eric, we've been so wrong, don't you see? They made the plot of Silent Hill 3 annoying and incomprehensible in order to make us sympathize with Heather.
That makes sense.
To feel like we're in her shoes.
While that makes sense, it's still stupid.
Yeah, I don't think that was intentional. Anyway,
no, not at all.
I don't get that intention.
We do have to talk about the endings real quick. So, like,
let's talk about the. While we're still on the story, let's talk about, like, let's just go through the final boss and then do the endings.
Right. So, like, the best part after, like, my favorite part of the game happens directly after the worst part of the game, where Heather drinks the aglopotis shit or whatever that she finds.
Yeah. Well, this whole chapel scene is like the best. Like, all of the areas in the game are great, which I want to get into here as we get towards the end. We can talk more about the areas, but like the chapel is like the best part. So like everything after that Vincent scene is like based as fuck, and then we lead up to.
Yeah, she like drinks the aglopotis or whatever, right? And like coughs up fucking god fetus, right? And then like Claudia's like, what? How could you deny God? And Heather's like not paying attention. She's like, what, huh?
I just like threw up like baby. Like
right. And like Claudia walks over, picks it up, and fucking swallows it like a fucking buffalo chicken slider from Arby's.
I know, and then she immediately is like holding her stomach and shit.
Like,
yeah, which is my reaction after eating a buffalo chicken slider from Arby's.
And then she like falls into a pit. Right? Like a pit opens up in the ground. Fucking falls in the pit. Heather's like, wow, that's crazy.
It's like, damn.
That's wild.
Must be happy hour at Arby's. Fuck.
Fucking for real.
And then we fight the final boss, the fucking Baphomet.
It's not even close to Baphomet. It's more like a it almost looks like a puppet.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Which like cool.
Yeah.
The final boss is fine. Like I like it.
I like the design and everything.
And you just kind of whack on it and dodge the attacks, and you whack on the head with the fucking
the katana.
Yeah.
Or the Heather beam.
Or whatever weapon you happen to have. Speaking of the Heather beam, if you get one of the beams by doing that, by beating the final boss, like killing it with a melee strike.
Yeah.
And then like the other games in New Game Plus, you can unlock new items and shit.
Yeah, she gets a whole ass. She comes like Sailor Heather and shit.
She has a whole ass wardrobe. But
right.
You can do the fucking.
You know
what beam?
You know what disappoints me?
What?
I don't think there's a costume that like dresses her as like Cheryl.
No.
That has like the dark hair and like.
I was gonna say it'd be cool to
outfit.
dress her like Harry, like with the jacket.
Oh yeah, that'd be neat too.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is like it's pretty.
It'd be fucking DLC now if it came out. Jesus Christ.
Right. Oh, and she'd also have a James jacket. Oh, we forgot to mention if you have a Silent Hill 2 save file, there's like certain scenes that you can get throughout the game.
Yeah.
Like there's like a nasty fucking toilet that she's like, who would ever reach in there? That's gross.
Yeah, after, which I don't think we mentioned in the Silent Hill 2 portion, even though it's a standout scene where fucking James, like, fucking deep reaches, no sleeve roll up into the nastiest, chunky, green, brown, puke fucking toilet of all time, and just like,
right.
Oh, yes, the fucking asterisk key, or whatever the fuck.
Fucking for real.
Like, gross, dude, what the fuck? He's like, I love my wife a lot.
Right.
And then I think the other big one I remember is in the hospital where like...
Oh yeah, with the chain link fence or whatever?
Yeah, like James like fell off, he got attacked by Pyramid Head and like falls through it. And then Heather looks at it and it's like, this is like really sturdy, like this would never break.
Right.
It's like taking the piss.
Yeah, she would definitely, like, you would be able to get Harry's outfit, you'd be able to get James's outfit. Like, most definitely. You'd be able to get fucking Pyramid Head's knife as a DLC weapon.
Yeah, I'm with it. So
one thing that I'd like to mention before I forget is one of my favorite things is in the end, right? She kills fucking God or whatever, right? And she kind of like kicks it a bunch, and then she like walks away, and then she immediately like breaks down.
Well, yeah, and I also like when she's like, all right, that's the end. Roll credits or whatever.
Right. And then she fucking like has a complete emotional breakdown. Which is justified.
Yes.
She had to like watch her dad be dead and shit.
Which we didn't even discuss that scene, but yes, about halfway through the game, after you fucking have been everywhere except Silent Hill, we find Harry's corpse, and we don't get to, unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately, we don't see more than like his, he's like covered up.
Right.
So, and then she's like, all right, I'm really pissed off now. Then like Claudia's like out on the balcony, like, yeah, fuck your dad.
I'm evil. I killed him.
Fuck your dad, mother. Like, which is annoying.
Right.
Because we know Harry's a badass. We played as him, so it's just annoying that he just fucking dies. But if Claudia was presented as a actual threat, then I could get it. But it makes Heather mad and hate Claudia, and I also hate Claudia, so I'm with it.
Right. I'm just sad you can never beat Claudia with a stick.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that like she becomes the final boss, and you don't get to like just like beat her with the stick, right?
Yeah, you only get to like beat up to like the evil Heather or whatever. Remember on the fucking...
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, of course, a callback to the Sybil fight in the first game, where you also got to beat a woman with a stick. But it just sucks
I just
that
like
the one
women with sticks.
The one woman I want to beat with the stick, I can't do it. Damn it!
Right. I'm an equal opportunity stick beater.
Yeah.
Beat
if I hate you, regardless of your gender, I'll beat you with the stick.
Male, female, non-binary, I'll beat you with a stick no
I
matter
don't
what.
give a fuck. Agender, fucking fairy gender, any gender, I don't give a fuck. You're getting beat with the stick.
Literally.
And I'm sure Heather would feel the same especially if you killed her dad.
Right.
So like immediately through the ending, like the basic ending where, Heather had this like very like involved conversation with Douglas before the chapel part, which is like one of the best cutscenes in the game. Whenever Heather and Douglas are together, it's based.
Right. They need to like have like a cool ass detective agency and shit.
Yeah, fucking Sam and Max.
Literally.
I'd watch that shit or play it or whatever the fuck it was.
Right.
I'd go to the Japan and play that pachinko machine.
Oh my god. No.
But like she comes out and she talks to Douglas and they get up and leave together or whatever in the basic ending. It's just funny like I guess before I get into my spiel about this game like being bipolar, we should just cover the other endings real quick. So there's the
possessed ending,
which you have to. It's funny because this is one of the hardest endings to get like in this series, right? Because
Right.
you have to be on New Game Plus and you have to like do all this extra shit, including like the answer a certain way in this chapel scene that's apparently hard to find because I expected it to be in the game and we still missed it and had to look it up on YouTube.
right?
You have to answer a certain way and you have to like kill like 300 plus enemies to get like a certain amount of invisible points.
Yeah, and all you do is all she does is just kill Douglas at the end.
Yeah.
Nothing else is different.
And even that makes it sound better than it actually is because it's a pan out and it starts in close on Douglas's dead body and then it just pans out and she's like standing there
With the knife.
yeah. Woo.
Then there's the alien ending.
And there's no like context that makes it make any sense like,
No.
but then there is the alien ending like you
Which
said.
is like the fucking coolest ending. Because like Harry and James show up somehow with the aliens and they like pick Heather up and they're like, yeah, you know what? Fuck Silent Hill. So they destroyed it. Thus ending the series.
yeah, and they play the song.
Yeah. Douglas. Douglas.
Alright, fucking Claudia.
Claudia.
Basically,
She has no style. She has no grace. This villain's got a funny face.
I'm gonna hit this bitch right in her face
fucking for
with
real.
my fucking samurai sword. And speaking of samurai sword,
Such is a samurai skill.
speaking of samurai sword, I want to just like quickly go over some of the. Well, the large part of this section has been us bitching about the game, right?
I feel like we like have a lot of complaints about this game, but we still really like it.
Which is exactly what I want to just get into because this game is actually really cool and awesome as a game. I feel like the area has the best level design, probably of any of the four, but especially of the three we've played so far. The dungeon areas, the puzzles are like the most enjoyable to figure out. I feel like
Yeah.
there's lots of like neat contextualizations for the puzzles. I like the one in the hospital that's like a briefcase with like 5 locks on it or whatever, or like a puzzle box or whatever the fuck it is, but it's got all these locks on it. Cool, neat, I'm with it. And the bosses, although they were really easy for us, they have a neat design. They're usually like built up a little bit in advance beforehand, so like I don't want to be unfair to the game because although I really, really don't care for the story that much for the most part, the actual like moment-to-moment gameplay is probably like the best, at the very least so far. Like just running around fighting shit like feels cool. There's a more weapon variety in this one. There's the beef jerky mechanic, which I don't think we ever used. Do you know about the beef jerky, how it works?
Yeah, you can like throw beef jerky and like loot. No, I think that's in 4.
No, that's in this one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You can like. Oh no! Okay, I remember what it is in 4. Yeah, you can like throw beef jerky and like enemies will go after it, and then you can like run by them or whatever.
Yeah, which I never did, but that's fine. It's cool that it's in there.
Wish you could eat the beef jerky, like get health or whatever.
That'd be based.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be good to like you can use the item for different things. That's
Right.
always nice. I also one other little mechanic I like is towards the beginning of the game you get body armor, which either like if you wear it you take less damage, but it slows you down. Or if you take it off, Heather's probably the most maneuverable protagonist in the series.
Which makes sense.
And So you can take advantage of that. And so if you feel like you can avoid the damage better, just fucking dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge, dip, and weave around all the fucking enemies as you hit them 45 times with the stick, or shoot them 45 times with the Glock, and do it that way. I like it. It really feels like they were like from 1 to 2 to 3. It really feels like for the most part they were like, all right, how do we make this like better? How do we like make this slightly more complex and better, like from each game? And this game is suitably, I feel like, the best.
You know
of
what
the
I
three
wish
so
this
far.
game would have done?
What?
Was I wish it would have like steered more heavily into like Heather's fucking done with this shit, and like almost like been kind of like a parody almost of the other games.
That's exactly. I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I wanted to say about the game being bipolar.
And like, you know, it'd be like cool as fuck.
What?
Like, there's like a scene where Douglas is like, "Oh, I guess this calls for the big guns." He like opens up his fucking trunk. He's got like AK Kalashnikovs, fucking Mossberg pump shotguns and shit in his fucking trunk. Heather just loads up like she's fucking John Rambo and fucking busts down the door and just becomes fucking Dante.
It's just funny because this game feels like it veers towards parody sometimes.
Right.
Maybe that's just us being like really biased against it, but just some of these scenes, like some of the scenes with Claudia and Vincent are just like so what they are. It's just like, but yeah, just the idea of like you have 2 games of like, you know, older men running around Silent Hill, you know, and all the, you know, all this other shit, and then you're like playing as the teenage girl and she just wants nothing to do with it and it's a pain in the ass and they can't even like get her to go to Silent Hill until like they kill her dad and she's all mad about it. But just like it never actually does that idea intentionally, I don't feel like, but it would be I think it'd be a cool idea for, you know, to like sort of take the piss out of your own series a little bit.
Right.
You know, using like the established like lore and characters. That'd be based.
And also, like, it make it way funnier that Claudia's just so fucking lame that Heather just, like, walks up to her, just fucking puts 2 bullets in her fucking head.
Like, ends this bitch's whole shit.
Right. Like, Heather drinks the Aglophidus in front of Claudia and then, like, just kicks the fucking god fetus.
Yeah.
And then, like, just fucking shoots Claudia.
Or, man, just the wasted potential of that Vincent line just bothers me.
Right.
Because, like, you know, like, just the idea that, like, the monsters, like, are not, like, how you perceive them. You know, like some fucking, Yoko Taro spoilers, by the way. Yoko Taro spoilers. I'll put text right here. Skip to a time if you don't want another game spoiled for you.
Old as fuck.
Yeah, Nier Automata's not that old though. I don't want to spoil shit for people.
Nobody played that game anyway.
Nobody watches our videos either, so it doesn't matter. If you
Right.
want to not want Nier and Nier Automata spoilers, skip. But those games,
like the shades and
those games are like amazing examples of both of them do it. But Nier 1 does it especially, where they recontextualize the fucking mobs in that
Right.
game to like you like start feeling bad for them and shit. Imagine a version of Silent Hill 3 where like you play, you know, whatever, and then you play like maybe you go through the areas in reverse, or as a different character who like sees them differently, and then it's like, or maybe it's like a prequel and you're like interact with all the monsters before Heather comes along and kills them and shit.
Right.
And like maybe you can't.
I would love to play the game where like Claudia goes from Silent Hill to wherever bumfuck nowhere Heather's at.
Yeah.
Like just play that game, right?
Like interacting.
Like how you have the part with Maria, yeah.
Yeah.
Maria and 2.
Yeah.
Where you kind of just play a small
That'd be
section
cool.
as her.
Yeah, play as Claudia going through some of the same areas, but like the
Why do they call her Maria and not Marie? That's closer to Mary.
I don't know.
It's closer phonetically too.
I don't know. Maybe it's
Too close?
maybe it's like a pun in Japanese or something. You know how it is. Who knows? That's not how that shit always is.
Right.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like one fucking line off in the way you draw
Right.
the character. You know, you never know. That's how that shit is. But or maybe I don't know. But or maybe like it's just in Japanese it's like Mary is whatever 2 characters, and then the third character you add a third character that makes it Maria, but phonetically in English it just doesn't work. I don't know. if anyone's enlightened enough to have played this game in Japanese and know, let us know. Because I find that shit interesting, to be honest.
Right.
I'm into that. But yeah, that would be based. And it would help the Claudia issue, which is the biggest issue with the game. Claudia's like a nothing, I don't give a fuck character. So if we can recontextualize her in the world of Silent Hill, sick. That's sick as fuck. I'm with it.
Right.
So I don't know. It feels weird to me that the end of the like original Silent Hill trilogy, it feels like it has the best of the series in some ways and the worst in the series in others. Much like the combination of Alyssa and Cheryl makes Heather, I don't fucking know. But
Right.
but at its best, like even the story, like the scenes with Douglas and Heather, the emotional Heather scenes, like you can see glimpses of like how what Silent Hill 2 was doing, like on an emotional level, where like Silent Hill 2 is just like so immaculately written that it just like feels like it shouldn't even exist. And then 3 sometimes like it's creeping in that direction, and then all of a sudden it like pulls you back into like, now you're gonna listen to a monologue about the minutia of the cult of Silent Hill, and you're like,
Right.
no, you're fucking like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger in Total Recall.
Right.
And I'm just like, oh my god, make it stop. If I replay this one, I'm skipping the cutscenes.
Reasonable.
But I'd rather replay it than any of the other ones in terms of the gameplay.
Reasonable.
Especially with the Hezabi
Right.
in the different outfits.
Right. Cool.
But overall, I still think it's a really great game, and you should play it for yourself and form your own opinion. But
Definitely.
I think it hits on the same tier as the other 2 games for the most part. Although 2 is like tier 2 is like a complete masterpiece,
Yes.
whereas like 1's just like, I think, a great game. I think 3 is also a great game, but it is much more like bipolar is the best way to put it. Or it's a lot more. The highs are sometimes higher, but the lows are low.
Right.
But yeah, that fucking alien ending, man. And they finally destroy Silent Hill, and it's just, it's just done. And although they would go on to call a game Silent Hill 4, really thinking about it, I don't really. It's really just its own thing. It doesn't even really fit in.
Right. I don't even know why. We don't even really need to talk about it.
No, it's made by Team Silent. You've heard the rumors. It was originally a game called Room 302, but it's even less in Silent Hill than like 3 is. It's
You
just,
never even go to Silent Hill.
Yeah, you're like in like the fucking woods and shit. Like outside of it, like looking.
Well, Silent Hill's been destroyed.
Yeah, looking for looking for the fucking Silent Hill fucking border and shit. Yeah. No, I wouldn't worry about it. I think we're good, man.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, we do.
The game sucks anyway.
It's everyone says it's like the worst game ever made. So it's like,
Right.
I mean, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I'm not worried about it.
I think I literally fell asleep when we played it.
Yeah, we more thoroughly covered Silent Hill than anyone who's ever lived.
I doubt that.
Really. I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna pretend it's true.
We can pretend whatever we want.
Yeah, our egos are insatiable.
Right.
We refuse to play Silent Hill 4 no matter what. You can't make us. We're not gonna do it. And that's.
Well, we did play it though. We did play it, but now we just decided like this isn't a Silent Hill game.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, you can't make me talk about it. You can't make me acknowledge it as a Silent Hill game. I just won't do it.
No.
So, really, that's just the end of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, let's call this shit a wrap. We got more videos to make, of course.
Yeah.
Well, bro, that was a pretty good video.
Yeah, I guess.
I think.
Yeah.
All right. Huh?
Do you want me to open up the window and try and get all the fucking fog out of here?
Yeah, that'd be great. Oh man, I was listening to Skullgirls earlier.
Yeah?
That's a game we need to do another video about.
Yeah, that first one was fucking terrible.
That was like back in the olden days.
Yeah. Right.
Oh shit. It's like a fucking mess in here, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're real amateurs.
Amateurs, animals.
Anyway,
Same thing.
I'm gonna go get another beer here.
Yeah, probably.
What the fuck?
Bro, since when is this window fucking hard to open?
It's not.
It is now. Shit.
Oh no.
Are we trapped in the room?
Bruh! Hey, bruh.
Yeah.
Silent Hill 4?
Yeah.
Dude, that's like the best one. That's like the best.
Maybe.
That's like
I think it's the best survival horror game ever made.
It's not just the best survival horror game ever made. It's the best piece of art yet created by human hands.
It's the only video game I would consider art.
Even Roger Ebert, bless his departed soul, would admit that Silent Hill 4: The Room was as good as the worst movies.
It's called The Room because
it's equivalent with the movie called The Room by Tommy Wiseau.
correct.
Hey
man, fuck this.
I'd
rather be stuck in this fucking room than lie.
We're trapped inside of the room, the recording room, the unproducer room. I just went out.
We've been trapped in here all of 5 minutes. Food supply low. I haven't had an ass in 3 days.
Bro, I'm dying without puss, bro.
Country boys make do. Anyway, this game's alright.
I gotta do what I gotta do.
No, I legitimately think this game is like okay. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be.
Silent Hill 4: The Room. It's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking good.
Henry Townsend was like relatable. He was interesting.
This one's a sleeper hit. Let's
cat.
Let's talk about The Room.
Room's interesting. Like you're on first person the whole time.
This
is a new take on it. It's cool. You look through your peephole. Weird shit happens through your peephole.
Protagonist Henry Townsend is Townsend.
Is it Townsend? I thought it was Townsend.
Yes, it is Townsend. That's like more of an English surname, right? Pretty much. What's up with those fucking Englishes and their damn Wilchestershires and all this shit where there's like that shit does not sound like it's fucking spelled.
That's how the English language is.
I know, but you know what I'm talking about. These words that like they're not how they look.
I know.
That shit always trips me up.
Makes sense.
But The Room is cool. All right. So like you said, you're in first person. You can like examine the individual items. You got like the collection of scrap papers that you picked up. Based why it was not in other games. You got the little hallway. You go out in the kitchen. You've got chocolate milk. You pick up the chocolate milk for a puzzle. TV, radio. The radio tells you when shit's on. I mean, it's like there's all these little interactable things, and it's not like overly complex, but it's like it's neat to feel like you have a home space, right?
Right.
But even though you have a home space, you're trapped inside of it, which is its own kind of scary. That like it's a mundane sort of scary that the series hasn't really done.
Yeah, something has invaded your home.
Yeah.
You're trapped inside of your home.
The Room. And, like, then they turn that on its head by later on. You don't heal when you come back to the room anymore. After the halfway point. When you get Eileen, like, it doesn't heal you anymore. And that's also when it starts to get, someone's trying to break into the room.
Yeah.
Some sort of feline creature is attempting to... Some sort of feline monster.
It's attempting to haunt us.
There's a strange haunting. Anyway. It starts to... You're trapped there and it's fucked up, but you're like starting to feel like it's a safe space. And then even that...
Okay, like, millennial.
And even that starts to feel corrupted by the end. Just like when Donald Trump tweets and my room feels like a prison, so too...
You mean Voldemort?
or read another book. So, the room's cool. Trapped inside of the room is Henry Townsend.
You know, dead ass, like, I feel like, except for the ghosts and, like, the no groceries part, this isn't so bad.
Yeah, for sure.
Imagine calling into work being like, yeah, I can't leave. There's, like, weird locks on my door. Can't leave. Sorry.
Well, he can't really call out, like, at will, right?
Oh, yeah, I forgot he can't.
Like, he can try to call sometimes, then it works, but then other times it's just, like, dead, no matter what.
Yeah. James Sunderland's dad's here.
Yeah, cool. He's kind of a freak.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's got a little umbilical cord in a box.
Yeah. Starting to stink.
Well, let's spoil. I'm trying to think if we should spoil the story.
Who cares?
Well, we should spoil it. I mean, let's cover how the gameplay is different, right?
Yeah.
First, this game is the most different than the others. First of
Yo,
all,
this game's a character action game.
for real. So this game's got a little bit. It's a little bit more ambitious with its combat, and it doesn't really succeed. I don't think.
Yeah.
But the attempt is appreciated, I guess.
Right. Yo, the enemies, oh my god, the enemies in this game are hilarious. So I think I was like grabbing like a beer out of the fridge, right? And you killed the first dog thing.
Yeah.
And I heard "Roar."
The fucking jaguar sound.
And I'm like, what was that? Fucking ocelot?
It sounded like fucking ocelot. And
This dog was like, an ocelot never lets its prey escape.
and fucking there's like the dogs, there's like in the
Each area has like kind of unique-ish enemies to each one, right?
sort of, but then they start
Then they
reusing
kind of like,
them
yeah,
all
and
over
they
the
start
place.
reusing. I think it's like the game kind of got rushed a little bit.
Yeah, so you have like the gorilla or whatever the fuck, the monkey in the
In the city, right?
yeah. And there's like monkey.
The wrong base.
Yeah, some of them have like weapons and shit. Those were fucking annoying. They're
Yeah.
like jumping off the fucking buildings at you and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you got the dogs in like the subway. And then the
tongue-
ghosts.
Yeah, they're like tongues.
Yeah. And you got the fucking ghosts. The ghosts are the worst. If you take the ghosts out of this game, honestly, I'd probably say this is probably like one of the best Silent Hill games.
Yeah.
They're fucking annoying.
So the ghosts can like, they are ghosts, and they are
they hit you with by proximity.
they are victims of the primary antagonist's murders, and they
Right.
follow you around. They do damage by proximity. They can phase through shit, and they're unkillable. You can only pin them down with swords of obedience,
Right.
which there's a very, very limited number of in the game. So you really don't want to waste them.
Exactly. Because you need one later.
Yeah.
And like towards the late game, you absolutely have to use one.
Yeah. Not into it. I don't like it. I don't like
Yeah.
potions.
Yo, she dead?
There's like a mod out there to take the fucking ghosts out.
Is there?
I'm saying if there is one, I think this would probably be like probably one of the best Silent Hill games.
I think this game had a PC release, but it's never received like an enhanced mod or whatever.
Right.
But I think it also works better just on its own on modern systems than 2 or 3 do.
Right.
So, someone make it, please, and send me the link so I can play it again without ghosts on it.
That would be appreciated.
Or like, I don't know what you do.
Killable ghosts?
Killable ghosts, or like make them actually have to like do an attack to hit you, or just something.
Yeah.
Like changing any one of their annoying things would make it okay. It's just like by the end game, man, you're really stretched really thin, which we'll get to.
Right.
But and the other cool enemy is the Two-Face. The Two-Faceums.
Literally the only scare that has gotten either of us in this whole fucking series.
There's actually one other one in this game. So
Oh,
there's
right, but I just remember like we're both sitting there kind of chilling, and like the fucking first Two-Face thing just like fucking sprints up on you, and we both fucking like
because it runs on its head, it points.
Right.
It goes like this. It stands on one hand and points. And it's like a fucking 2 masks, and you can see it, but it's 2 masks and a shroud.
Right.
And it's pointing and it's standing on one hand. It's like, and then you like come into its line of sight, and it starts fucking galloping at you. And you're
Right.
I'm
And
pissing, shitting.
The fucking funniest thing was, it's like, I'm kind of like paying attention, not really paying attention. This thing fucking charges it at you. You go, oh shit. I go, oh fuck.
Oh god, oh fuck.
And I'm like, because I'm not a visual scare person, right? I'm like more audio. So like when you fucking screamed, I was like, oh shit, what?
Yeah. That got me. I jumped. There's not a lot of jump scares.
Oh, those one weirdo enemies in like the kind of hospital level that burp.
The burp booms?
Yeah, the burp booms. The ones on the stairs are the fucking funniest. Because you knock it down, it fucking slides down the stairs. You're.
I can't make a burp noise, but. That's basically. So you find every time you hit it, it goes. And there's like 4 of them. And like there's no nurses in this game. These are like the equivalent. I think they're called the patients. But they're basically like.
Isn't there like dead ass like a wheelchair that attacks you?
Yeah, there's like 7. They're like 7 feet tall and all bloody and like stitched together, and they got like a big like hole in their belly or something. Yeah. And then you fucking hit them and they go. I guess the idea is like air is like shooting through their body when you hit them.
I guess.
And they burp. But yeah, there's like this long stairway and there's like 4 of them, and you hit them and they just go.
And they get back up, run up the stairs. You do it together.
I've never I've never made and released a game, right? Never in my life. But I just have a feeling, like, as a game developer, you just take the sound out. Or you don't have the stairs. Like, you make the stairs and you put these enemies on.
You know what? Honestly, I'd keep both of them just because of how fucking goofy it is.
Yeah.
It's funny, right?
There are, yeah, but I just feel like this...
They've got dead-ass, like, straight up, like, sound library Jaguar sounds for the fucking dogs. Like, I don't think they give a fuck.
I think maybe they were, I don't know what the problem was. If they were rushed or if they were fucking incompetent.
Or they're like, this'll be funny. They're probably just, like, trying to get back at Konami, right? They're like, well, we wanted to make this game like this, but then, like, Kojima came in, he said something about Metal Gear Solid 4, and we, like, had half our budget taken away.
And it took them fucking 45 more years to make it and shit.
Right.
Yeah. And then he still went on to try to fucking steal the franchise from us anyway.
Right.
Fucking rat bastard. But yeah, the enemy designs are hit or miss. Mostly miss.
Yeah, I just kind of thought about that, right? Like, the dudes at Konami have to, like, hate the Yu-Gi-Oh! Guys and Kojima. They had to have hated Kojima, right?
I would think.
Because they're like, yeah, okay, Mr. Konami, we got, like, this great idea, right? We're going to do this, this, and this in this game, right? And they're like, sounds great, alright. Kojima walks in, fucking slaps his dick on the fucking counter, goes, Metal Gear Solid 4. And they're like, hey, Team Silent, yeah, we're going to cut your budget on this one.
Team Silent, you're fired. Sorry.
Kojima said, you're losers and you're fired.
Yeah. Kojima said, more cutscene means better. Your new game has less cutscenes than the last one. Means more better. Sorry.
Literally. Your game is not literally half a movie, so
no.
Sorry.
You said that wrong. Your game is not literally half a movie equivalent to 10 movies and half a game.
Right. Sorry.
We love Kojima, don't get us wrong.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. All the other people begging for fucking
funding.
One more scrap of fucking food like Oliver Twist.
Right.
Oh, just one more game, sir. No.
Meanwhile, they're like just shoving money into like Kojima's mouth.
Yeah.
They're like
smoke's coming out of his ears and shit. He's like, I saw fucking Escape from New York. Norman Reedus. They're like
funneling money from like booster pack sales from Yu-Gi-Oh just to like feed Kojima.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's why they started the pachinko machines in the first place.
Wouldn't surprise me, unfortunately.
Just a fun Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, that thing. We make videos about Metal Gear Solid. Watch those,
right?
Before we get off too much of a tangent,
right?
But yes, these things are true. So there's that with the combat and enemy design. There's also limited inventory.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but
yeah. So there's like an item management aspect to it that really wasn't in. There's like bullet management in
Yeah,
And,
the
like-
bullets in this. Yeah, the way you have to handle the bullets in this game is not great.
Well, I was gonna say there was bullet management in the first 3 games, like, because you only had limited ammo, right?
Right.
So you had to, like, ration it out a little bit. But besides that, you had unlimited inventory, so, fuck it. And as long as you're not, like, spamming health items and shit, you should probably be fine.
Right.
But this game has limited everything. So, like, each clip of bullets takes up its own inventory slot. What do you have, like, 15? 12?
Something like
that. Not a lot. So you have an unlimited inventory back at the hub, like it's Demon Souls or something.
Right.
But when you're out and about, you only have...
Didn't this game come out around the same time as Demon Souls?
Oh, no. Demon Souls came out in 2009. This came out in, like, 2005.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's just how long the PS3 lifespan was.
Yeah. 2006 to 2013. Well, now we're... PS4 was 2013 to 2020, so...
Right.
Go fucking figure. 2027, I'm gonna get that PS6.
Yeah, right. 2030.
2050.
No. Anyway, back on topic.
So, yeah. The item management, not a big fan. I get what they were going for. It's okay. So, we've covered a lot of the basic gameplay setup, right? There's already a recurring theme. There's a lot of ideas. A lot of them are respectful and ambitious ideas. Respect-worthy and ambitious ideas.
Right.
And a lot of them work and a lot of them don't. Which is a recurring theme, I feel like, for this game. So, let's just keep that in mind. And then the other big thing with the gameplay is the levels, like... So, this game is more dungeon-y than
Yeah, it's
any
like
other
very
game.
video gamey.
Yeah, like each area is like mostly like this weird kind of fantasy type of setup, like themed around like these. Okay.
Basically, so like the main antagonist was like this kid who was born in the room, right?
Room 302 in this apartment.
Yeah, he was born in there and like abandoned there, and then he like started to think that like the room was his mom or whatever, right? Like he just like spontaneously birthed out of the room, right?
And he was taking he lived at the orphanage in Silent Hill, so he's like the cult people
He got like really into the cult.
The cult people were like telling him like, here's how it is, type beat.
You got to make the 21 sacraments, right, or whatever. And then
I guess the idea in the greater...
like each level of the game is like related to like an area of the antagonist's life, right?
Yeah.
Like the main hub is like the place where he wants to be. The first place is like the train station he would take to get to
the room.
The room. It's in like a different town, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember what town it is.
No, I don't remember either.
It's not Shepherd's Glen, I don't think.
No.
Then like the orphanarium, right? And then the prison, right?
Yeah.
And then the city. And then you have to go then the hospital.
Yeah.
And then you have to go through all the areas again.
Backwards as an escort mission.
Yeah.
Well, not like backwards, but like through the same area, sometimes backwards, sometimes the same way as you did.
Right. And then like the final level is the room.
Yeah. Well, the apartment complex is a
Yeah.
level, and then you have to re-go through the different version of the apartment complex.
And then like there's like this weird temple thing.
Yeah.
Where you fight the god thing.
So the point is that all of these areas are very clearly delineated, very clearly fantastical, and like there's no other world and real world in this game as much as there is. Everything's like some weird halfway point between the two, leaning towards otherworld.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. You get places by climbing in holes to get to your apartment and climbing in holes to come back, and it's just really fantastical.
The one issue I think that I have with this game, right?
Yeah.
Is this game has very little to do with Henry himself.
This is true.
It's more about the antagonist dude who I literally cannot remember his fucking name.
Walter Sullivan.
Right, Walter Sullivan.
Yeah. Let's talk about Henry and Walter real quick. Henry...
It's supposed to be the 21st sacrament, right?
Yes. Henry...
Wisdom will be bestowed upon the fucking whatever. This shit's stupid.
I actually want to mention this too, because I don't remember if I told you this, and I don't know when else I'm going to bring it up. But remember at the very beginning of the game when the room looks a little bit different, like the very first time you play as it, and you're from first-person perspective? And then you remember when you're playing as, like throughout the rest of the game, you find journal entries from the guy who was like studying the case.
Yeah, the journalist.
Yeah, that very first, and he died in the room.
Yeah.
He was like the one of the other murders. The 20, like when you're playing at the very beginning, that's him. You're playing as him from his point of view.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is neat. Doesn't really amount to much, but it's cool. But you only know that kind of in retrospect with context from later stuff.
Right.
I didn't even remember that was a thing, and I was just reading about the game at some point, but I don't think I had ever brought it up. But yeah, so that's neat. So Henry is a very, I don't want to say stoic, as much as I want to say emotionless. He just feels like emotionless. A lot of the time. He doesn't react strongly to stuff for the most part.
Except
here
for
and there.
Eileen.
Yeah, here and there.
Except for Eileen.
A couple times when women die in front of him.
Yeah, he's got some, like, real strong, like, emotions then, but...
But besides that... But, so, he's sort of a flat sort of character. Probably the least complex of the protagonists so far. And he doesn't really have much of an arc. He just, like, is trying to survive. But it's also sort of refreshing, this kind of... especially compared to 1 and 2. I mean, 3 is a little bit different, but it's I mean, it's not like it doesn't make the character for me, but it's cool that it's like, for once, it's like a character's like just thrown into this shit. You know, like I said, that's kind of how Heather is, but she has ties to Silent Hill, so like, you know, she's involved with it whether she wants to be or not, like from her genetics or whatever. But Henry's just kind of unlucky enough to like have the room, right?
Right.
What's also cool is that the room concept where it's all padlocked up and shit, and like the way Henry is portrayed as a character, like I don't want to like mischaracterize any disorder, but I've read theories that I try to explain like his behavior and the fact that they say he doesn't come out of the room very much normally and all this other shit, and that he's sort of like maybe somewhat agoraphobic, or he has like some antisocial personality disorder or something of that nature that sort of explains why he's so like deadpan and non-interested seemingly for the most part, besides scatterings here and there, and how he lives a mostly sedentary lifestyle and his room's not decorated and all this other shit, right? Like that's just like his personality sort of.
Right.
And that feels mostly intentional, but it's not really brought up that much, but it's neat. I like that idea, you know. If I think about it that way, the character works a lot better for me, because otherwise he is kind of boring. He's just not that interesting of a character.
Right.
And he's probably still my least favorite of the 4 Team Silent Game protagonists, but I'm into it. But this definitely is like Walter's story, kind of.
Right.
Which, I think Claudia wanted Silent Hill 3 to be her story, and it didn't work out very well. But this definitely all, like...
This is my story, and you're not part of it. Whatever, that's your favorite game. Don't even lie.
No, that's not my favorite. Yeah, I mean, I love Final Fantasy X, I'm not gonna lie. I'm dribbling.
Gross. Anyway, I like Henry a lot. I think he's like... I like how deadpan he is, right?
He's relate-table to me.
Yes. Really. No, I think he's got some kind of weird obsession with Eileen, though. Speaking, he's got like a weird peephole into her room.
I thought the peephole like only appeared because of the room.
Oh, maybe it did.
That's how I saw it. Yeah.
Oh.
Because there's like weird writings and shit too.
Oh, right.
And like, I mean, I don't.
He does kind of have like a weird. I mean, he seems to have like a crush on Eileen.
He does get really attached to her, yeah. Which, you know, fuck it, I guess.
Whatever.
But
it's my headcanon.
So in each of these levels, as you go through them the first time, you meet a character, interact with them in some way.
Oh, we forgot to talk about the haunting mechanic.
Yeah, I mentioned it, but we didn't go into detail about it. So
like your room can get haunted, and you gotta like unhaunt it to get like the best ending. Like if you do enough hauntings or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like what 80%.
If you get rid of 80% of the hauntings that happen, then you'll get. That's one of the. It's like Silent Hill 1, where there's 2 positive or negative variables that change what ending you get. So there's 4 endings.
Right.
Which like permutation of those two you do. And one of them is saving Eileen, which we'll get into when we talk about Eileen, and making sure she survives. And then the other one is doing 80% of the hauntings.
Right.
What's cool is they don't expand on as much. The hauntings are neat. I like each of them individually. They're kind of cool.
And it's not just like a ghost shows up, right?
Yeah,
just weird stuff just starts happening in your apartment. You're like, all right, let me deal with it.
And you like might not even notice, which is cool. But there's like the shadow of like a fucking somebody who hanged themselves. Or there's like a ghosty coming out of the wall. Or there's like
your fridge is like slapping open and closed. Like honestly, like if these ghosts are gonna be doing this shit, they gotta pay rent.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing about like these people who have haunted houses and shit. They're like the ghosts like to turn lights on and off, and they like to run the water. I'd be like, hey, yo, ghost, if you're gonna be doing this, you gotta pay rent, dog.
You know, or at least be paying the fucking water bill.
Literally.
I'm like, the fuck? This
Right.
shit's not free.
For real.
I mean, I got bills to pay. Shit.
Literally.
But yeah.
So, okay, a little bit off on topic, right? Sorry, I was just like watching a bunch of video about ghosts, right? So I saw.
I mean, if there's a time to talk about it, I don't know what else.
I saw this video about this, like these people who are ghost hunting, right?
Yeah.
And like they're like, yeah, so it's the ghost of a guy who was in a wheelchair, and he like accidentally rolled into the pool and drowned, right? And my first thought was like, so is the wheelchair a ghost too? Like,
well, apparently.
Well, imagine like dying, becoming a ghost, and still being in a wheelchair. Literally.
Well, this game's full of haunted fucking wheelchairs, so maybe.
I know, right?
That fucking hospital hallway.
With the fucking
No,
wheelchair.
the worst is the city part, and you like there's that one room where you like go down the staircase, and there's just like fucking 6 fucking wheelchairs like doing different lines.
Right. Yeah. So I just remembered something cool that I kind of forgot about with the room. So there's like in like the city, there's that one bar, right?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we changed the key code to the safe to be the last 4 digits of the phone number, right? But to find the phone number, you have to go back to the room and look out the window at the billboard. That's so fucking neat.
And then, what else is cool is later on in that same bar, you have to open the same door when you're with Eileen.
Yeah.
And you put in the last 4 numbers, and it's like it doesn't work. What you have to do is you have to call the bar, and they're like, this phone number has been disconnected. We've moved. Our new phone number is blah, blah, blah. So you take the last 4 of that new phone number and go and put it in.
Right.
Which is pretty fucking sick.
I know, that's neat.
That is what I want out of a puzzle in this type of game.
Right.
Is especially when it uses both of the room and the whatever the fuck, the worlds.
Yeah, one thing, like, credit where credit's due, right? What this game does right, it does really right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was kind of mentioning early on, is this game, when it, like, hits, it hits different. But then when it misses, like, damn.
I know.
It's funny.
It's kind of sad.
It's pretty funny.
Right? With the burp monsters, yeah.
Yeah, but, like, however many minutes ago, I was, like, each of these different areas has a character that's, like, that was...
a victim, right?
Well, they were related to Walter in some way throughout his life.
Right.
So that's how he chooses who his victims are going to be. And he has to get hit 21, and they, there's like...
Yeah, but
they fall into these different categories that he assigns.
Yeah, they have to, like, fit the category of the sacrament or whatever, right?
Yeah, but they're also, like, based on his, like, determination or whatever, right?
I guess.
Like, Temptress is, like, this chick was, like, 14, and she was pretending to be 18 and going to nightclubs. That, I mean...
Yeah. And he's like, I saw you on the bus while I'm trying to go see my mom, the room.
I was like 8, and I didn't know what sex was, and you looked real sexy, and I popped a fucking boner. Temptress.
I'm gonna kill you now.
Alright? That's like fucking Walter Sullivan's real incel tier.
Fuck it is.
So yeah, and that's Cynthia. I don't remember all of their names. The second guy's the chocolate milk guy. He gets burned alive. There's the guy in the prison.
Wait, no, I thought the chocolate milk guy was a different guy.
No, chocolate milk guy gets burned alive.
As everybody who drinks chocolate milk deserves.
Yeah, I can't think of anything funny.
And there's the prison guy.
There's the prison guy you don't really see this in the game, but the backstory, like, you're supposed to infer that he was, like, abusing children. Like, it was a children...
Oh, yeah, he was, like, part of the orphanarium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Then in the apartments.
Oh, there's Richard Braintree, who also he's a little bit more fleshed out, kind of. One thing I want to say about these characters while I'm thinking about it is that, unfortunately, there's like a Silent Hill addendum book. Whatever, like Silent Hill. You know how the Final Fantasy games have like the Ultimania books that like explain shit? They're cool that they exist, but it pisses me off that you kind of need them with some games, like in order to flesh it out. It's kind of bullshit. Well, there's one of those for, it's either this game or like the original like 4 games in general. But there's a lot of shit about this game that you sort of need that to understand, and I've read sort of about it. So forgive me if I lapse into talking about shit that you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, because that's probably what it's from.
Whatever.
Or if you've played the game, hypothetical viewer, and you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, this might be where it comes from. But Richard Braintree also lives in the apartment, and apparently he's a real prick.
Well, I mean, we kind of gathered that.
Yeah, and he like would like when Walter was really young one time, like Richard like was like, who are you? What are you doing in the apartment? Blah blah blah, this and that, and then he's like shaking him, and he calls the superintendent or the police or something, and it's like this big traumatic event for Walter or whatever. Right. And this is the kind of person he is about everything. He eventually gets the electric chair.
Yes.
It's kind of base, like he's always trying to lay punishment on other people, and he gets executed. Cool, I'm with it. Also, later on, when all these characters that after they die.
To be fair, though, I do enjoy shaking children,
especially if they're babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The younger, the better.
Yeah. So.
Good old shake.
Yeah.
It's like a bop it. Fucking slap it. Fucking shake it.
Twist it.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a little dark. I'm sorry.
You should have said that like in Silent Hill 1, where there's the actual ghost babies or whatever that you can.
All right. Didn't even think about it.
Those are the ghosts of the babies. Eric's bop it. Bop it.
Bopped it.
Bopped. You've been bopped.
Kick it.
Punt it.
Slap it. Hit it with a stick. This is Michael Vick's favorite game.
Yeah, well, because the first dog you see, fucking, like, the fucking tongue comes out, and, like, he drinks the fucking...
other dog's blood?
Yeah, or whatever. Gross.
Right.
Like, and it's like a Slurpee, like...
Right.
Gross. That's gross.
And then you beat it to death?
And it goes...
Right.
Anyway, these characters in the second half, when you go back through the area, show up as ghosts. And Richard Braintree, like, is all electrified and he, like, fucking stutters and shit.
Yeah, it's a good touch.
Yeah, neat. I'm into it. He's got unique behavior for the ghosts for the most part.
Yeah.
And, who else is there? The Forest. Oh, the Forest, where'd he go? The hospital has, I don't even remember.
It's Eileen. So you gotta keep her alive.
And then, is there anybody in the apartment?
I don't know.
I think it's supposed to be you.
Yeah, it is supposed to be you.
But the first time you go into the apartment, you see Walter, and he's like sitting on the stairs, like talking about Eileen, like she gave him a doll when he was younger. And if you take that doll and put it in your inventory, like your unlimited item box, it triggers a haunting later on and you can't get rid of after that you can't like get rid of it, which is cool. It's haunted. That's another little touch that like ties in the two.
Walter's dead, by the way.
Oh yeah, Walter was one of his own victims. Now he's a ghost.
He's like so strong he like lived on past death, right?
He attempted to kill Eileen, who is Henry's neighbor, who you can like watch through the little people.
Right.
You creepy fuck.
She's victim 20.
Yeah, but she survived. So then in the hospital, you like get her to tag along with you, and then Walter starts showing up.
Right.
In the second half of the game, with like and he like fucking, he also like jitters and he like fucking teleports, and sometimes he has 2 pistols. And he's got like a fucking stick, fucking one shot you and shit. Real pain in the fucking ass, but I guess it's kind of cool that he's like around attempting to kill you.
He's like, I gotta finish the job here.
And Also, one weird thing Walter does is he like carves a number into people, but like it's actually like indicating which of the 21 they are.
Right. Oh, we can't forget about the numbers on that you can check on the people on the wall on the outside, on the opposite wall of the door.
Oh yeah. So when you look at your people, sometimes you'll see other characters like looking in, or they'll be having conversations and shit. And Henry tries to talk to him and he can't because he's trapped inside of the room, and they cannot hear anything inside of the room. It just seems like the door's locked, but there's like bloody handprints.
Yeah.
So as more victims are killed throughout the game, more bloody handprints. Neat. Nice little touch.
Yeah.
Lots of nice attention to detail in this game.
Like I said,
I'm with
when
it.
it hits, it hits.
When it hits top tier. But as you gain Eileen, and you've been through every area once, we enter the second half of the game, which is extremely prolonged, even by this series' standards, with Silent Hill 2 escort mission. So, this is a extremely mixed bag.
Yeah, it's not great.
For one.
I hate escort missions.
Me too, for the most part. Maria was better than most in 2. And Eileen's better than most in this game.
Actually, I think Eileen's better than Maria.
She is.
Because Eileen will, like, fight.
My thing with Maria is just that, like, the way you interact with her, you're not going to be directly punished, but it does affect your ending.
Right.
But she's not, like, going to die, which is cool. And also, it's not as prolonged, where it's, like, hours and hours of Eileen following, and you're stuck with fucking Eileen. But Eileen, you can give her weapons, she can attack shit. Cool, I'm with it.
I just thought of something cool as fuck they could have done.
What?
Made Eileen, like, the co-op partner.
That'd be neat.
Yeah, well, because, like, you kind of get, like, each part you get, kind of get, like, an AI partner, right? A little bit.
Depends.
In
like,
a train station,
you get Cynthia, that's the only one. The rest of them, they don't follow you around.
Oh, they should, like, have them follow you around.
And, like, make it more co-op?
Yeah.
Potentially?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I know, right?
That would make the monster, like how many monsters there are, make more sense.
Right. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'd be with it. I would like that. I would like that. That'd be cool. Fuck you, Konami. You fucking rat bastards. And Team Silent, I'm glad you're not a company anymore. But, anyway, Eileen's an extremely mixed bag. She follows you, like, she's slower than you, obviously, because that's how it always goes. You have to wait for her to catch up. You can leave her places if there's no enemies, but you don't want to leave her for too long, but it's, like, it's not as long as you go check up on her and there's no enemies, there's not a big deal. Basically what the game does is it tracks how much damage she's taken, which you can, like, see based on how, like, bloody and shit she is, and she'll comment on it, but also she has, like, this, like, her numbers, like, carved in her back into more, like dark red and, like, flashing and shit it is. That's the more wounded she is. The amount of wounded she is indicates how slow she walks into the grinder during the final boss. So the less you want her to be less damaged, so she walks really slow into the grinder. That way she doesn't die. Apparently you can, like, use a holy candle during the fight, and she'll walk slow because she's unwanted, kind of.
Right.
Cool. We didn't have to do that, but it's neat that it's in there, I guess. So yeah, you have to protect her. You have to protect her more than Maria, kind of, but she's also more capable on her own.
We gave her, like, a chain. Started just beating people with it.
Yeah, she started fucking whipping people with the fucking chain. Like, whipping fucking batums and shit. And wormums.
It's fucking amazing.
Pretty neat. I like Eileen a lot as a character, too.
Yeah.
I like her voice actress. I like her design. She's, like... She's just, like, with it, right? Like, at first she's like, this is, like, really weird. And she's, like, emotionally distraught because she, like, almost got murdered, which I understand.
Right.
But, like, she's just a believable character. So he's like, all right, I'm your neighbor. We know each other kind of tangentially. This shit's fucked up. Just, like, let's roll with it. We need to get out of here.
Right.
And then she's like, I kind of don't believe you, but, like, all right, I'm with it. Like, that's fine. And then that's until you, like, go the first hole that you find with her, where you can, like, leave or whatever.
And she can't.
Yeah, and she doesn't even see it. You just, like, disappear or whatever.
Right.
And then you come back, she's like, where the fuck were you? He's like, oh, I just went in the hole over there. You know, the gigantic hole that's bigger than I am. She's like, I'm not aware of the existence of this. And then you're like, okay. And then she's like, all right, this like might be like you're probably telling the truth. Then she's like with it. I hate like when...
my favorite part about the holes is it's like it kind of like gets a film grain kind of thing over it. I like it.
Well, I also like how it changes. So in the beginning, it's in the bathroom and it gets bigger and bigger, and then it's in the after the first half, you put the little sigils in the spots, and then it's in the laundry room.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I don't get it, but that's fine. Cool. It's in 2 different rooms. He's more of a now you're moving around more. I'm with it. Cool.
Yeah.
Fine. But yeah, Eileen, you know, she doesn't like have too much to say most of the time, except for the fact that like
shit's fucked.
Yeah, like she comments on shit here and there occasionally, but like in the forest, she can like read the weird writing that you're not able to.
Right.
So you get a little backstory on Walter that way. Also, Walter, like as a child, is just around.
Yeah.
And it's kind of obvious it's him. And
Yeah.
but you don't really know at first. But eventually it's like, oh, I'm Walter Sullivan. You're like, that's weird. Also, we have to mention Walter Sullivan is a character from 2. He's mentioned in 2.
Yes.
They sort of finagle his story a little bit to make it work for this game, but it fits still.
Right.
But like the implication of how it's written in 2.
Oh, it's like the family murder or whatever, right? Like
he only killed a few people and then that was it. Is how it's described.
Yeah.
Which, if he was a very prolific, like killed 12 people or whatever the fuck at the start of the game, serial murderer, you probably wouldn't describe him as, oh, we killed 3 guys and we arrested him or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
But whatever. Also, he has we didn't mention this in 2. There's the room where there's like a cemetery, and there's like a gravestone or a headstone for all these different characters.
Yeah.
And there's like holes in some of them. The ones that have holes are the people that have killed people. So there's a hole for James, and then Eddie has a hole, and I think there's one that says Walter Sullivan, and it also has a hole.
Oh.
Which is cool. Which is like a clue towards the fact that James killed Mary. But also ties into this game because it has to do with Walter Sullivan. But neat. Silent Hill 2 continues to be based. So, like we said nearer to the beginning, this is definitely like Walter's story, and Henry and Eileen kind of even more than Henry, I guess, because she actually fucking almost gets fucking sacramented. It's Walter's story. Cool. It's about the antagonist.
Yeah, I like that.
Except, okay, so I like some of the ideas that have to do with Walter. Like, I like his character design. Cool. I like the fact that he killed himself.
Yeah, he didn't kill himself. Wasn't he executed?
Oh, yeah. I thought he faked it because his body is in the apartment, remember?
Oh, right.
I think he sent somebody else or something.
Yeah, okay.
To be executed for him.
That was another sacrament.
Or was...
Yeah, his body was in the...
I know his body was in the thing. Or did they find him... No, what happened was, remember, there's this one clipping from... They found his body, like, in a grave, and it looked like him. His body. But it was actually another person's body. So like, oh, he's dead.
Right.
And then the murder stopped. Because he was dead, but that wasn't him.
Right.
He was behind a hidden wall in the room. Fucking gross.
Right.
He had to have somebody do that for him, right? Like, rebuild the wall? And presumably hang him?
Maybe.
Maybe
his ghost form did it.
You have to use, like, the pick of hope or whatever the fuck. The pickaxe
Pick of destiny.
Yeah, the pick of destiny, the pickaxe of hope, whatever the fuck, to break the wall down. So it's like a physical wall, presumably.
Right.
Unless it's a metaphorical wall and it's a metaphorical pick. But then we're really going past my ability to parse out what the fuck it's supposed to be. But regardless, that's cool. I like the idea that like he's just obsessed with the room, that it's his mom. I like it. It's not, but and I like the fact that he does follow you around, although he's kind of annoying. But the game is just a few hours too long compared to the other ones.
Yeah.
And the entire back half with Eileen, it just drags. Half of it's because it's an escort mission, even though the escort mission is not that bad.
It's all the fucking enemies.
And then there's a million gorillion enemies. And And there's a million
items you have to fucking collect.
A million items you have to collect, a million ghosts, and you're going through the same ass areas. So it's just a coalition of all these different things that really just makes the back half like too irritating. Although, like 1, 2, and 3, the final apartment complex was pretty cool. I liked it as a final dungeon.
So what was the other like scare that got you?
Well, before you're in this long hallway with the wheelchairs, right?
Yeah.
And Eileen's like in a room at the far end on the left.
Yeah.
Well, one of the first doors you walk in, and then you open the door, and it's a reverse shot. All of the other rooms when you walk in, it's like you're seeing from behind Henry's back like normal, but it's like a reverse shot. So you're like looking at him, looking at his front, and then you walk towards the camera, and then it reverse pans around. The floor's gone, and there's just a gigantic Eileen head with fucking cross eyes, looking at you. Oh, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I forgot about that. I
almost pissed my pants.
Yeah, that shit was fucking wild.
That is like...
I can't believe we forgot to mention that.
Oh, I didn't forget. Oh, I'm glad you brought it up, because I was going to try to mention it in the hospital part, but... I was trying to give it the appropriate build-up it deserved. Right. That's why I didn't just mention it offhand casually. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. That's like my... That one thing is like my favorite scare in any of these games.
I completely fucking forgot about it.
Just because, like... It's so fucking out there, but like that's what this game should have done a little bit more of. Is
weird off the wall shit like that.
Yeah, and it does a lot of that, but it's just sometimes it feels like it's throwing too much at the wall and just not enough sticks. But when it does stick, that shit was like that's like fucking what the fuck?
Right.
And you apparently could tase it and then the lights flash, and her eyes flash or whatever. And you could take Eileen in there, but Eileen doesn't say anything, so does she see it?
She probably doesn't see it. That or she doesn't want to see it.
That's scary.
That's ooky spooky.
I don't like it. But
I just love how, like, it's fucking staring at you.
I know. It's like, what? But it's based. One of my favorite little bits in any of these games, for sure. But, yeah, unfortunately, just the back half just really drags. It's like the opposite of Silent Hill 3, where the first half is like, okay, all right.
Just get to Silent Hill, please.
When like the story is going to happen, and then the second half happens, and it's Silent Hill and the story, but it's all crammed in the back. Well, this is like the story is continuously happening the entire time, but the gameplay just like crumbles.
The final boss is kind of fucking lame too.
It's the most elaborate final boss.
It's elaborate, but it's kind of fucking.
Yeah, I'm not saying it for mostly for worse. You basically have to like grab these spears out of like what is ostensibly like metaphorical Walter. You take the spears out and you like stab them in these other like mannequin looking things.
Yeah.
And you gotta, while Walter is like attacking you and fucking doing like gun kata.
Yeah, that shit was wild.
That's my favorite part. It's like doing fucking gun tornadoes, bullets flying and shit.
Right. It was like really video gamey for a series that never really gets video gamey. Like I feel like Dante should have been fighting this dude, right?
I just love, like... I was just, like, saying Walter was a mixed bag, but, like, just something about Walter just, like, really entertaining. He's like a JoJo villain.
He kinda is.
Isn't he? He's like, I killed myself in order to... the room was my mom, and I can do gun kata, and it's like, what the fuck?
Oh, shit.
So he's a, I'm with it. Walter's cool.
I know.
But yeah, then you gotta, while Eileen is walking towards the grinder, and then at the end you just have to like beat the shit out of Walter.
Yeah.
Until you beat him, and then that's when you get your ending. Now the endings in this one are similarly disappointing to
Also, I think they're flipped.
Yeah, it seems like they are, aren't they?
Because so if you leave it,
So if you
unhaunt it, she's like, I guess I gotta find a new place to live. But if you leave it haunted or whatever, right? She's like, I guess I'll just go home. Like what? Why would you go back to the haunted place?
Yeah, unless there's like you're supposed to like infer the fact that like if it's haunted, then she's like tempted to go back there because Walter's that's. I don't think that's intentional. I think it's probably.
I think they flipped it.
And it's only one line of dialogue that's different. So. Literally. That's like the Eileen alive.
Also, doesn't like the entire like apartment complex like disappear?
No, it's still there.
Oh, I thought it like disappeared.
But you like hobble out.
Oh,
Also,
right.
speaking of the apartment complex, I mentioned James has the umbilical cord, right?
James's dad.
James's dad, that's right.
Frank, right?
I don't remember.
Oh.
I just Superintendent Sullivan or Sunderland, not Sullivan. Fucking
Yeah, he's got Walter Sullivan's fucking umbilical cord.
yeah,
It's
like in a little
gross.
box.
Right.
He's like, it started to stink. Like,
You think James knows about it?
God. That's a fucked up. That might be a fucked up family.
Yeah, kind of.
Like, open the box. I'm so fucked up.
Right. I wish, like, honestly, like, I wish you were able to, like, talk to him, or, like, you could hear him talk about James. Be like, man, I haven't seen James or Mary for a while.
I know, yeah, like, the one line of dialogue that connects the two, he basically says, like, he hasn't seen James, like, in a long time.
I don't remember that, but
It might be in that book or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But people always, from what I read, they're like, yeah, he says that, like, or James went to Silent Hill and never came back or something. So some people
Right.
take that to mean, oh, the water ending is canon or whatever, but
Right.
maybe, I don't know. I like that it doesn't do any more than that off.
Well, I would assume that even if James, like, left Silent Hill, he's not gonna, like, tell anybody, because he still fucking killed his wife.
Yeah.
A mercy killing is still killing. Ask Jack Kevorkian.
Yeah. You can't. They don't let you do that yet. They're not.
Right.
They're not letting us do that yet. We gotta work. We gotta get that legalized. Really
And even then,
quickly.
you still have to be a doctor.
Make me a doctor. But yeah. So, and then I don't even remember the Eileen dead, non-haunted ending. Like James just like, I mean Henry just like walks out. I can't remember if I can keep their name straight at this point.
Right.
And then the 21 Sacraments ending is the like bad ending. Eileen dies and the thing's haunted. Henry gets still dies. Like he goes back to the room and then he dies. And then you
Right.
see like baby Walter like laying on the couch like, ooh, I'm so happy.
Oh yeah, in every ending, like Walter's like outside the room, like pounding on the door, Mom, 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 and then like he finally like, lays down on the ground and gets like Thanos.
Yeah.
What I said would be cooler in that scene is like as he's like laying down, then he like vaporizes, right? Not like lays down, then like gets Thanos. Like I wish he would like fall and then like burst into
Turn it
dust.
like, yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
So, this, like we've sort of been alluding to, this game was a sort of a sleeper hit, but is also, I don't know, because 3
My favorite part about 4 is like everybody's like 4's bad, 4's terrible, 4's terrible, and then the American games started coming out, and everybody's like, I don't know, 4's not as bad as we thought.
4's pretty fucking good.
Right? Like Silent Hill Downpour came out, and everybody's like, I don't know, I'll take The Room any day, you know what I mean? Like, shit.
Yeah.
Those games aren't good.
So, The Room is truly the most strange of the Silent Hill games. Also, maybe more of the most of a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, because 3, like we said, has like maybe the best like gameplay and like dungeon design, and also like the worst story. And 4 is like, you know, in that same vein where it's got a lot of good and a lot of like bad or frustrating or goofy.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The best parts of it sort of punched the highest the series has ever punched, but then it like also like can be the most frustrating, and it has some of the goofiest monsters, but also one of the scariest monsters. It also has like some of the worst and most annoying levels, but also some of the coolest levels.
Right.
And you know, it's got made probably like the best villain.
I will grant them they tried.
They tried to do something
Different and new, and they succeeded in doing something different and new. But, like, maybe that's not for the better sometimes.
Yeah, okay, well, let me put it this way. I respect Silent Hill 4 more than I respect Silent Hill 3, for instance.
Right.
Because Silent Hill 4 is a more ambitious game, and although it has, like, a bigger variety of flaws, it has a lot of missteps. but it also has a lot of like cool successes. Silent Hill 3 doesn't really like misstep little things. It gets all the minutia right, but like the big stuff, like the whole story is like, what the fuck?
Right.
But the gameplay is great, so it's like Silent Hill 4, more than a lot of games I've like ever played, feels like it. Not that it was over ambitious, but that like its grand ambitions had like a very like obvious cost. So I guess it's up to you whether or not what it does well is worth the things that it does bad.
Right.
I'm really glad that I played it, but it would be one I would be less eager to replay than any of the others, just because the gameplay does get so frustrating.
Yeah, I'll grant you that, yeah.
But also, there's so many creative and like out there ideas that like you couldn't do in the other games. So I'm glad that they said, fuck it. We don't need to... Silent Hill 3 felt like a victim of... If Silent Hill has a formula, 3 was a victim of trying to stick to it a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And 4 is a victim of trying to do something too different, and I'd rather you try something different and do it 50% right than try to do the same thing again and still fuck it up somehow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said before, I really don't want to shit talk Silent Hill 3 because I really do like it a lot. But and it's been mostly me talking bad about it. It is a really good game. I do really like it. But 3 and 4 definitely feel like together. 1 and 2 really feel like consistent, solid experiences, and 3 and 4 really feel like they're both more of a mixed bag. So it depends on what you desire the most out of your game.
And I think the problem is you know, they do come after 2.
Yeah.
Which, like...
Unfortunately, as much as I try to like look at games as, you know, each game is its own thing, it is in 2 shadow, for sure. I mean, it is. It's just when you know how high it can go,
right.
You're disappointed at how low it can sink.
It's truly in the shadow of the Colossus. Oh, yeah, you're the only one who can make the stupid puns?
I'm horny like Eco.
Gross. So you had said something that you want to talk about, like what you think Silent Hill is. Yeah,
we should make that its own section. I think first, to end the 4 section, let's rank. Let's rank the games. Tell me your ranking, Silent Hill 1 through 4.
2, 3, 4, 1.
2, 3, 4, 1. Really?
Yes.
Huh. If you would have asked me right after finishing 4, I would have said 2, 3, 1, 4.
Okay.
After really thinking about them while we're having these conversations and just kind of sitting on it a little bit, because it's been however long since we finished the last game, I think it's 2. 2, 1. I think it's 2, 1, 4, 3. I think 3 is my least favorite of the 4 right now.
Reasonable.
That's how because as good as the gameplay of 3 is, I still feel like it just, even when Silent Hill gameplay wise punches like as high as it can punch, it's still not as good as like, you know, like Resident Evil at its okay. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the combat gameplay dungeon type of gameplay loop, puzzle gameplay loop. I don't think Silent Hill had ever came close to like some of the other games that really excelled in that area. It was always like I need like the story and like the scares and the concepts to really like be interesting to me. And that unfortunately, like in retrospect, that's where 3 falls flat.
That's not an unreasonable like assertion.
But I really what's really surprising to me is that how much I like all of them, and they are all really close. Like it was hard for me to, besides 2, it's hard for me to order them.
Yeah.
Depending on which day you ask me, it could be a completely different order.
Right.
But I think 2's like the best written and the most emotional. 1's probably like the most aesthetically and musically and like well done, I think, and has the best bosses and like is probably like the scariest. I think 4 is like the most creatively like they had a bunch of creative ideas, like even just counting the ones that really work, and then 3 has really tight gameplay and then the story that is hit or miss. I think is
So
how I
for
would
me,
sum them up.
right?
Yeah.
2 has like the emotional story that like there's not a lot of games where I've like sat down, thought about like just like while I'm like doing other stuff, right? Like doing like kind of a menial task. I've been just kind of like mulling over Silent Hill 2 and just been like, I might cry.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It's for real. That's how it is.
3 for me, like Heather makes it for me.
Heather
right?
does. Heather makes it for me too. I agree.
And just like I like Heather's character so much that like I can kind of overlook some of the flaws because like I can kind of like imprint on Heather, just like yeah, this is how I'd probably react.
Yeah. I'm sick of this shit. I'm about to cry again.
Yeah. I say 4 because of how experimental it kind of got, and just like Walter, I like all the stuff with Walter. 1 just kind of never clicked with me. I never really like got into it. I never really kind of liked Harry. Like I liked Sybil. I liked Sybil. I kind of found the story just kind of a little too convoluted for its own good.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
And I mean, like I give it its props, right? But I think it didn't hit for me as well.
That makes sense. I also want to give Silent Hill 1 obvious credits for just like it is like the blueprint that most of these other games like really took in their own directions.
Right.
Like it did invent like the formula in a sense. So I think in the town, it's the genesis of all the shit. So I'm really I really have like a mindset that where I end up like respecting like the originators a lot of the time. Like they're like whatever originates the idea. Like I really a lot of the time can really like vibe with it. So, but no, I think that's fair. I think those are fair criticisms for sure. So these are good fucking games. Go play them. But yeah.
Yeah, please.
Well, Eric, we've searched for Cheryl.
I've hunted for Mary.
We've avenged our father.
We avenged you.
We avenged me, and
We escaped from
the room. Now the question that sits at the end of it all is this: What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What's Silent Hill, bro? I want to talk about this in 2 ways.
Okay.
First, let's talk about some ideas we find interesting. What is the town of Silent Hill? Or what is the metaphysics of Silent Hill? What the fuck is it? Also, let's talk about Silent Hill like kind of broadly sort of as a franchise.
Okay.
What makes a Silent Hill game? Should it come back? That's
Okay.
what I think we should cover as a finale.
Reasonable. So, Silent Hill is clearly like just an American town, like in the Atlantic Northeast, right?
Just, he says.
What?
You said just. So
No.
I said just, he says. Elaborate.
No, I just mean like
No, I got you.
the actual town itself is like just literally it's a town.
It is a town, yes.
But like the town has like a deep and dark history of like witchcraft and dark magic, Indian burial ground type shit, right? To me, and like this is kind of I don't know if I've pulled this theory out of the ether or read it and just forgot where I read it at. But like I kind of feel like Silent Hill is akin to purgatory, where people who've had traumatic, fucked up shit that they've done, but have the opportunity to like move past it, are like drawn there, right? And they and the choice is theirs as to whether they get over it or not, right? Like, they're constantly chased by their own demons and everything, right? And the choice
Often literally.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, literally chased by their own demons. And the choice is to get over it or to not. And Silent Hill doesn't necessarily help you, but is the, like, facilitator of it. You know what I mean? And I kind of look at it like through the lens of like Silent Hill 2 because of that's more or less what happens with James, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of that really works in just in general with regards to Silent Hill 2 and all the characters, yeah.
Right. That and it kind of works as well for like 1 and 3 because like the cult does like fucked up shit, right? But they just like live there already. So they're not like drawn there. But Heather's drawn there anyway because of like she's part of Silent Hill. Right? So like because of the nature of Silent Hill, like that's why the cult like operates, right? Like I think Silent Hill was the way it was before the cult showed up. Like the cult didn't make Silent Hill Silent Hill.
Yeah. That's probably why the cult popped up in the first place, is because Silent Hill was.
Right.
Yeah.
And, like, a further point to, like, a further argument to my point, to my, like, my idea, is, like, the existence of, like, Valtiel in 3, where he's, like, kind of helping Heather through Silent Hill a bit. Because, you know, you can, like, see him fight monsters and shit.
And, like, sometimes if you die in certain spots, he, like, drags, you can see him dragging Heather's body.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe reviving her.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's an interesting theory. So that's the theory that you sort of, like, believe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go in on, I don't know what I believe. I have a couple ideas. One, just a contrast, because this is the simple explanation, right? Silent Hill is a town that exists. And there, for whatever reason, there is some supernatural force there. I don't think of it like as an entity with sentience in this theory. It's just there's energy there, supernatural energy, for lack of a better word. And people there, when people are there, like that energy is tapped into, and the town itself sort of folds under this energy and can like shift and adapt and change, right? And that's why the cult is there, because they formed up around this energy, right? And they do what they're doing, and however they know about their Baphomet god or whatever the fuck, I'm not sure. But that's sort of the central, like the basic concept of it, right? It's just that it is mostly just it's like it is a normal town most of the time, but this supernatural force exists within it. But unfortunately, that begs, well, not unfortunately, but to me, I'm like, I try to think about these ideas logically, and there's always flaws, because it's just, at the end of the day, it's probably unexplainable, right? In any perfect sense. But like, so let's say I'm Harry Mason, and I go into, I crash my car in Silent Hill. Where's all the, like, why is there no people now? Did the people disappear when I crashed? Or were there...
Well, I mean, Silent Hill's like kind of like been in a slowly abandoned town anyway. It's like got a drug problem and other like
yeah. Well, all these things
right?
are alluded to, right?
Yeah.
But never in any of the games do we see Silent Hill as an inhabited place.
Right.
Like that even seems remotely normal.
Right.
I mean, this theory that I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, but like James and Mary go there, like to visit. So like clearly it's like an operating town.
At some point in the past, at the very least. Yeah. But Silent Hill 2 is I'll get there with. But that's a good point. I mean, that's a good point. Like I'm saying, I'm not. This is just, if the idea is that the town exists and I drive near it, and then all of a sudden there's like 5 people in the whole fucking town and it's filled with monsters and it turns into this industrial hellscape. Like, where there's got to be people that, like, where the fuck are they? Do you just not see them because it's a PS1 game or a PS2 game? Or I don't know. It's a lot. Like, for me, it's a logical, like, through line you have to follow, and it's like, okay, I don't know. So maybe that you can use that as, okay, this theory doesn't make sense. The other idea is similar. It's basically the same thing except the cult, right? The cult exists. Well, the cult is the reason why Silent Hill is the way it is. This cult formed up for whatever reason, and because of rituals and shit that they do that tap into like some demon dimension, whatever the fuck, then them and environs are just like tainted, right?
Right.
Therefore, you have Silent Hill, which is a normal town, but it is now irrevocably fucked up because of the actions of the cult. Maybe if the cult quits practicing and the people that they influenced aren't doing what they're doing, then that will go away. Because besides 2, all of the games, I mean 1, 3, and 4 all revolve around like either people who are high members of the cult or are following the cult's like belief system, right?
Right.
Like Walter's a good example of that. So that's one way to look at it, which is still the town with a strange supernatural energy, right? Another theory is that Silent Hill, it is a town that exists, but if it's your time, this kind of ties into what you were saying a little bit more. Like, if you're going to have a quote-unquote Silent Hill experience, what you enter is not Silent Hill proper. It's like a twisted version of Silent Hill that like only exists for you and the inhabitants of it at that time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, for like, let's say in 3, right? Like Heather and Douglas and Vincent and Claudia are in Silent Hill, and they're in the amusement park, right?
Yeah.
Based on this theory, I would say that like they're in the amusement park doing what they're doing. Simultaneously on some other world line or however you want to think of it, it's like a normal day at the amusement park for the normal inhabitants of Silent Hill.
Right.
Silent Hill sort of acts as a portal that takes you to a twisted version of itself for whatever reason.
Right.
So this is almost like, it's kind of half in the first theory, half in the theory you mentioned before, right? And then the cult is, maybe they can tap into that. Maybe that's how they're pulling Baphomet out.
Right.
Maybe this other world, this is why there's demons in there. Maybe it's just, I don't know. It's interesting, regardless. And the other big one that I can think of is mainly just like, well, let me put it this way. In Silent Hill 2 specifically, regardless of the other games, there are like well-argued theories that I've seen. I mean, I don't know that I believe them or not believe them. Like I said, I don't know which one of these I ascribe to. That, you can very strongly argue, and you can very strongly argue against it too, don't get me wrong, which we can get into if you want. You can very strongly argue in Silent Hill 2 that, like, the entire experience is within James's psychology. Now, there's holes in the theory, for sure, but I've seen, like, this is one of the more popular, like, fan theories I've seen in the game.
I hate that. I hate that as a concept. I don't want to argue against, like, the fan theory, right? Because I don't care. I don't want to go into it, right?
You're not gonna, like, break down point by point. Just talk about what you would dislike about it. Because, I mean, it's an interesting theory regardless.
Well, no, because I always hate how, like, anytime there's a character that goes through, like, psychological experiences that, like, change them for the better, maybe, it's always like, oh, it was in their head, or they were in a coma the whole time, right? Or, like, oh, the events never really happened. It was just, like, he just imagined the whole thing. I always hate that. Or, like, it's a dream. I always hate, like, it's a dream trope, right?
Sure.
And that's what these, like, a lot of these kind of boil down to, like, oh, it was just a psychological hallucination. He hallucinated the whole... He had a psychological break and hallucinated the whole thing. I hate that. Because it takes away, like, too much of the supernatural aspect of it.
And that's fair.
Which is, like, what's supposed to be there, right?
Well,
To me, it takes away a lot of, like, the fear that is to be there, right? Like, if you believe, like, oh, this is all in James's head, right? Like, I'm not afraid anymore.
I mean, that makes sense. That's a reasonable criticism. I would say, with regards to...
And it's too easy. It's too easy to just go... It's like, oh, well, I can't explain this stuff in, like, the context of the game, right? Because it doesn't make any sense. Oh, it must be just a hallucination.
Well, I think that's oversimplifying it. Because people get pretty in-depth on...
Right, and I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. But I feel like...
Well, I
feel like they're oversimplifying, like, the game itself by doing that.
I mean, that's fair.
Like, they underwrite, like, the entire, like, overtones of the game, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I don't really agree with the entire... I mean, I understand that, like, personally, you find it less satisfying. Right. I don't necessarily...
But my thing is, too, is I always find it to be, like, a thing that happens with a lot of games like this.
Sure. That's fair.
Because
I understand, like, that's a fair criticism. And I dislike that as a trope generally, too. What's interesting about it is Silent Hill 2. Well, the It's All a Dream thing is a little bit different than what happens in... I guess it depends on the ending you get to. But in Silent Hill 2, right? I mean, the focus is already, like, extremely psychological, right? Like, there's another game that has a popular fan theory that's, like, it's all, like, the character's dying and it's all a dream, and it's Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah.
And it's just because the game gets really, like... The plot gets, like, time-travel-y and weird later on.
Right.
Is the only reason why. But, like, within Silent Hill 2, I don't think that there's ever, like... necessarily any indication that, like... I mean, the entire thing is just extremely weird and psychological regardless, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it's more grounded in character psychology regardless. But like I said, I understand how you could find it less satisfying. Personally, I don't really find one or the other way more or less, like, intellectually satisfying or scary necessarily. Right. I don't know. To me, like horror games, like, they can get me kind of, and they can make me uncomfortable and shit. But, like, whether or not in the game it's, like, the characters confronting their psychological demons in their brain, or they're, like, beating something in the street with a stick. I mean, it's just one, like, it's a writing abstraction to me more than it really affects how I can, like, get into it. And that's just me. I'm not saying it's wrong. Right. Obviously, I'm not saying, I mean, you're entitled to how you look at it. That's fine. But what makes, like, what makes it more interesting in Silent Hill 2 is just that, like, the level of... It makes... You say it underwrites the game, but I feel like if you look at it in depth, it underwrites some aspects of the game and, like, it underwrites the other characters and, like, the setting, kind of, in the broader scope. You know, because you can look at Silent Hill compared to the other games. But it makes James a more complex character.
True.
And I also guess it depends on your, like, slight interpretation of it, right? Like, if I believed this theory, then it would, to me, like, the most satisfying way to think of it was, like James has killed his wife 1 week ago or whatever, and he is, like, having some sort of dissociative experience, and, like, everything that's happening with him and all these other characters and shit is, like, you know, it's metaphorical, as opposed to, I don't like psychological hallucinations or shit, like he's in a coma or whatever.
Right.
Like, I'm not big into that because it tries to write off the why it's happening. And I think the why is important.
Right.
And I think the why for this theory to be satisfying to me, the why of it has to be that, like, he has to deal with it. So he has abstracted it.
Right.
And a lot of some of the characters work better for this idea than others. Like Angela doesn't make a lot of sense in this theory. Like she still exists as a character, but like obviously she's a victim of trauma, and like what James went through and relate, like that's a traumatic thing to go through, but it's too different, right? Like that's something that like that's a logical leap kind of you have to make if you really want to buy into this. Where Angela like she doesn't fit so much, whereas other characters like Maria and Eddie and Laura kind of are a lot easier to relate to James, because Eddie has had such a similar sort of experience to James, and he's like disgusted with himself and shit, right?
Right.
Where Maria's obviously some aspect of Mary, and Maria's kind of already like a psychological, based on James's psychology anyway, so that one kind of makes sense. And then Laura, like you could see as something to do with like Mary's innocence, or it's just like something that, like if Maria's like the sexualized adult version of what Mary used to be, then Laura's like the innocence that she lost when she got sick, and these are two aspects of herself that like disappeared when she got ill and shit, right?
Right.
So me personally, I mean, like I said, I don't know that I buy it per se. I don't buy like any interpretation broadly, just that I really, really actually believe. It's more that I do think I think it's interesting and it's well thought out, and I can see like it makes sense to me as a theory, And I don't find it personally. I wouldn't find it less satisfying, regardless. So that's just my take on it.
That's not unreasonable.
Yeah. Of course. Oh, the other thing is that just that Silent Hill 2 like is completely different in 2.
Right.
But then in 3 it's the same as it is in 2. But like just within the context of 1 and then 2, in 2 like the town is completely different and shit. So it's like James could be like he remembers. It's like he uses where he actually went, the town of Silent Hill with Mary, as like the way to have this psychological experience, but it just morphs to like he just uses it however he needs to use it, so it's different.
Right.
It's custom tailored, basically. So I don't know. But I think those are pretty much the broad ideas, like the broad ideas that like make sense in relation to like all of the games. Except the in your mind theory, which kind of really mostly makes sense in 1. I mean 2.
Yeah.
There you could be like the fog is PCP and everyone's fucking hallucinating. You can.
Right.
But then I think that's a little baseless theory. But you could get into that
Right.
if that you find that interesting. 4 is the one that kind of can throw a lot of these. Well, a lot of these theories you kind of have to take also game by game, right?
Right.
That's another thing. Silent Hill is incongruent, and I like it. I like that.
Yeah.
Regardless of I think using Silent Hill how you want to use it for this story is how you need to do it. Otherwise, you get the American Silent Hill games, which sort of laps too much into repeating.
Yeah, basically.
So, what is Silent Hill? Tell us. But speaking of the American games, after The Room, Team Silent dissolved. Right. But Silent Hill was a successful franchise, so we need to keep it going. We're Konami, we're Mr. Konami, Dr. Konami. And so how do we do that?
Let's hire some filthy gaijin to do it.
Let's
put it on the Xbox.
These fuckers. Well, first the HD collection. Well, I don't know if the HD collection was first. I think it was after a couple of these games, but that didn't garner any goodwill.
No.
And all these games generally had mixed reception, and then they just got worse and worse.
Yeah.
And
then PT came out, and then Konami killed it. And fired Kojima.
Yeah. I don't know enough about... I haven't completely watched a playthrough of Silent Hills, although I probably should at this point, just because I don't plan on playing it until whatever the Unreal version of it is, or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it didn't really have anything to... I mean, it didn't seem to have anything to do with anything from Silent Hill so far that we could see based on just what was in the trailer, right?
Right.
But cool. That's fine. I'm with it. The problem is... this is a broader problem in general that I have. I think shit is over-franchised. I don't think there needed to be more. I didn't even need to know if Silent Hill 4 needed to be a Silent Hill game, but it works regardless.
Right.
I think there's something correct to me about the fact that Team Silent existed, and they made 4 games in this series that all have their own ups and downs, and then they quit being a thing. And to me, like, Silent Hill Silent Hill, you can just stop it. You know, obviously that's not what a company's going to do, but as an artistic product, you know, like, sometimes, you know, you fucking, like, a movie series doesn't all last forever. If you're writing a book series, that doesn't last forever, you know. I don't see why game series need to fucking go on and on forever.
The problem is,
especially when they're pawned off to other fucking...
The problem is, Silent Hill was never a series. Right? There's no overarching story to end with Silent Hill, right?
I mean, that's true.
Because you could just, like, keep adding stuff to the Silent Hill universe, and, like, it could be considered canon within the nebulous universe that is Silent Hill,
yeah,
right?
You can do that. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
And that's basically what they did. Where...
I think even if Silent Hill 1 through 4 were a defined story that had an ending in 4, and they wanted to, you know, switch to another dev studio, they would do it anyway.
Probably. Well, the thing about the American games, right, or the quote-unquote American games, is Silent Hill Shattered Memories is basically a retelling of Silent Hill 1. So that's kind of neat. Silent Hill Downpour is an okay game that takes more from Silent Hill 2, and Silent Hill Homecoming takes more nods from Silent Hill 3 and is poopy butt.
There should have been no nodding.
What?
They shouldn't have had taken nods from anything.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying...
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, you're just...
Well, because in Downpour, it's more of, like, a story about, like, a dude coming to terms with, like, shit he's done, right? But then, like, Silent Hill Homecoming has to deal with, like, the cult again. But, like, not even really with Silent Hill too much, because most of that game takes place in Shepherd's Glen. So half the game takes place out of Silent Hill, and then the other half of the game, you go to Silent Hill. Like...
3.
Silent Hill 3.
Here's the problem. I'm very much a proponent, like 99 times out of 100.
Also, the coolest thing about Shattered Memories is, there's like very little I don't think you have any combat in the game. You basically just run away the entire game.
Yeah, didn't that come out right around when that was like the thing now? Like right when Amnesia 1 was coming out? And there's a couple other games.
It was on the Wii. It was a first-person game on the Wii.
Yeah. What year did it come out?
I don't remember. But it was like first-person on the Wii, and you like fucking just run away from shit, right?
Yeah.
While shit chased you and like free. The whole part of that game was like freezing shit, right? Like it was cold. Which, I mean, honestly, it was like kind of cool. I liked it.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, if I remember right, like Silent Hill 1 had kind of like a cold. It was like kind of a cold atmosphere anyway.
Yeah. There's like snow and shit.
Yeah.
Thin layer of snow. Yeah, my problem isn't that like these games shouldn't exist. My problem is that I'm a very big proponent of like letting things run their course. I'm also a very big proponent of keeping like. I don't want anybody besides us to like fucking start making Whiskey Time videos. You know what I mean?
Right.
If we stop, then that should be the end of it.
Right.
The other thing is, these dev teams who made these games, they have their own like creative ideas of how they want to do a horror game, right?
Yeah.
But they had like, for whatever reason, they're stuck making a Silent Hill game. So it's like now you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Right.
Like, because you can make a really great game that has nothing to do with like anything Silent Hill related, but then people are like, well, it's a good game, but it's not a Silent Hill game. Or you can make like something that really, really caters to the original games, but then it's like pandering.
Right.
When really, you would probably make the best game, if you were just allowed to like have your full creative vision.
Right.
I feel this way about a lot of like retooled franchise shit. For instance, another game I feel the same way about is like Deus Ex Human Revolution. I think that game would be like 15 to 20% better if they were just allowed to clearly they had their own ideas that they wanted to do, and they probably should have just been able to go full bore in on that and not be like tacked on to the original like Deus Ex games.
Right.
Like there's more creative freedom that way. And that's what I want. Like I want more cool creative games, but because everything's franchised, I feel like what could be like a really neat and unique game in, for instance, I don't know, like Shattered Memories generally considered like the best of the new
more
series.
or less.
Like I bet Shattered Memories could really be its own cool thing, but like it's stuck being Silent Hill. So what do you do? You know what I mean? That's how I feel. I know there's some people that really get a kick out of like I want to do Silent Hill. You know, that's like the fan fiction mindset. Like I felt the same when I was like 12. You know what I mean? Like it'd be so cool to make a fucking
Final Fantasy.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But I just feel like it would be better for everybody. Besides maybe the bottom line, maybe it will sell less copies if it doesn't say Silent Hill on the front, and that's why this happens. I think it's just better. It will be a better artistic product. More people will like it, and the developers will be more satisfied if they're just allowed to do what they want to do.
What if they just did this, right? Set the game in the Silent Hill universe, right? Call it Homecoming, a Silent Hill story.
Yeah, I mean, it could work.
Right. Still tied into Silent Hill, so people who are like, oh, Silent Hill, alright. But like, still like let it be more of its own thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that would be better, for sure. It's like loose branding instead of like, this is a Silent Hill game. It's also just part of me that's like a little bit just like, when you make something that's like your baby, right? And it's just like, unfortunately, like the people who created Silent Hill had to watch it be like paraded around by these other people. For better or worse. It doesn't matter if they make great games or terrible. It doesn't matter if the original Silent Hill games were butt and the new games were way better in every way. It's still like that's my thing, and they took it. They have it now. That's not fair. It's like they fucking kidnapped my kid and shit and raised it under a different name, and it doesn't know. And you have to like watch.
Right.
It's like the fuck. That's just how I feel about it. It's unfortunate, but at this point, should Silent Hill come back? Probably not. I don't think so.
No, I want new horror.
Yeah, let Silent Hill be dead. Yeah. No franchising anymore. Just come up with something new. I mean, it's not going to come back anyway because Konami, it'll
come back as a pachinko machine.
Yeah, but comes back as a Dead by Daylight.
Bro, have they made a PT pachinko?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but not that I'm aware of, no.
Good.
Fucking PT Chinko or some shit.
Right.
Gross. But, yes, I hope you enjoyed our extremely long Halloween special. Talking about the Silent Hill games in relative depth. They fucking rip. We kind of know what we want to do for next Halloween, but if you have any suggestions, let us know. Maybe we'll consider them, and there's a long time until then. But otherwise, stay sick, stay spooky, don't kill your wife, and if your daughter goes missing, hunt her down, and if your dad dies, revenge is the correct option.
Truly. Silent Hill Revengeance.
Peace.